Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you. I'm here because my kids and I complained a lot during Zoom school, and I told them you can't complain, you got to get involved. So I'm grateful to be able to put my application in and serve in whatever way I can. Thanks. Thanks for serving.
Ron Rigg.
I'm too happy to be in person, and thank you for having me here tonight. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and City staff. My name is Ron Riggs, and I currently serve on the Historical Preservation Commission. I truly believe that my knowledge, competence, and qualifications will be better applied on the Planning Commission. If given the opportunity, I will build a positive working relationship with the Mayor, Council, staff, and fellow commissioners. I will be objective, open-minded, and serve with dignity, respect, and integrity. Tonight, I ask you to put your trust in me and vote for Ron Riggs for the open position on the Planning Commission. Thank you for your consideration.
Jerry Rogers.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Jerry Rogers. I've lived in North Torrance, I think right now it's like 12 years, born here. Anyway, wanted to get involved with the city. Very fascinated and very interested in airplanes and things like that. A lot of interest in the mechanics of how airports work. I do IT for a living, very data-driven kind of person, and I think that I can contribute a lot by looking at the overall picture of what's being done with the airport and not have necessarily an opinion about noise or about how things are being done, just being driven more by the data, not necessarily by how my feelings are, if you will. So, thank you.
Gary Safarian.
Good evening, Your Honor, council members, city staff. My name is Gary Safarian, and I've applied for commission positions with the Planning Commission, the Traffic Commission, and the Airport Commission. I believe that my 40 years of experience as a commercial banker and a real estate banker have given me a lot of exposure to contracts, to real estate issues, and to, especially in today's world, density issues in the city of Los Angeles. I'm very sensitive to the fact that density has a lot of spillover into our social services and our city's infrastructure, and I would hope that I could make some contribution on the Planning Commission to being able to take care of those issues. I do pride myself on being a problem solver and putting myself in a position of being a solution maker. In that regard, I've run out of time, and thank you very much.
Arohi Sharma.
Good evening, Mayor Chen and council members. My name is Aruhi Sharma. Thank you for considering my application to serve as a traffic commissioner and for taking the time out of your busy schedules this past week to meet and chat with me. I hope my desire to give back to Torrance came through in my application and in my conversations with you all. While researching different commissioner vacancies, I became increasingly excited about the opportunity to contribute my perspective to the Traffic Commission. Transit is what keeps a community connected, and the Traffic Commission helps shape the conversations about how to address the needs of a growing population, both responsibly and sustainably. I'm a child of Torrance, and I want to be at the table contributing my skills in research, analysis, and community engagement with the ideas that I've come across through all my years of schooling. Ideas that I think will help move Torrance transit, pedestrian and street safety, and transportation planning into the 21st century. Thank you for considering my application.
Marla Short.
Good evening, Mayor Chen and members of the City Council. My name is Marla Schwartz, and I have lived in Torrance for 48 years, and I have worked for the school district for 37 years. Thank you for considering me for another commission position. Years ago, I was encouraged by Councilwoman Jean Drevno of blessed memory to volunteer for our city, and I was fortunate enough to then be nominated by Councilman Don Lee to my first commission position. I've served for 28 years on 3 different commissions, and I have enjoyed every moment have applied for the 3 this evening. I like serving the city of Torrance to the best of my ability. And again, I thank you all very, very much for considering me.
Lucas Tama.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. I'm Lucas Toma. I'm seeking a position on either the traffic or the planning commissions. The reason being is that's where my skills and experience and my interests most lie. 10 years as an analyst and policy advisor in the military, now the private sector. It's been my job to take big strategic goals and make them a reality. And it's also been something that I've been able to share with you guys, that it's really my focus in making the unsexy stuff work, because that's when we get to unleash all the innovation and potential within the community, is when the basics just work. As for my motivations, I can assure you they're purely personal. I just had a daughter a month and a day ago, and so I want to make sure that the city that we sought out is ready for her in the next 30, 40, 50 years. Also, my parents are here too, so that's really appreciated, and I think they would like to see a few changes as well. Thank you.
Russell Vacaria.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for considering my application to serve on the Airport Commission and for speaking to me this past week. I've been a resident of Torrance for over 30 years, and my kids went to Torrance schools. The airport is a great asset for the city, and effective management of the airport is therefore very important. As my application states, I have considerable experience working on construction and management of major public facilities and working with residents on issues such as noise. There's been increasing frustration among some residents about airport noise of late, and the impending reinstatement of the airport noise monitoring system is a good first step towards addressing this. If selected, I will try and balance the interests of the airport with the concerns of residents. Thank you again for considering my application.
Ryan Widner.
Good evening, Mayor Chen, council members, city staff, and Torrance neighbors. My name is Ryan Widner. I am 28 years old. I've lived in Torrance all my life. I was born at Torrance Memorial Hospital. When I was old enough, I started school at Yukon Elementary, and then I ended at Cal State Long Beach, where I studied business admin with a concentration in management. I currently work at Northrop Grumman as a budget analyst. I also served on the board of Green NG South Bay as the finance chair. I'm here today because I have love for this city. As I said, I've lived here all my life, and I want to take being a Torrance resident to the next level and contribute in a way or a capacity that I haven't been able to before. Thank you for inviting me here. It's been an honor to speak to you in this chamber, and I look forward to your decision. Thank you.
Your Honor, that concludes the applicants for these commission appointments, and I turn it over to you for the appointment process.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, thank you for all the applicants for your desire to serve the city of Torrance. We all appreciate you for stepping forward. So today will be the first time I will be leading the process here. Oh, I got a comment here, so I'll take Councilman Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't mean to steal any of your thunder. This is your show, but I did want to make a comment on the commission appointments, which is a really important thing that we do as council members. And as the senior member on the council, I just want to bring up a point that I've brought up before, and I think it's important to consider, but it's ultimately up to the mayor to decide how we do it. All of our commissions are really important, but we have several of our commissions that are considered quasi-judicial, where they make binding decisions that have lasting impact and don't necessarily come before the council. And it's my belief, and it's been discussed before, that we should be, since multiple people apply for multiple commissions, I think it's best if we take those quasi-judicial commissions first in the appointment list so that we have the broadest range of candidates available for selection. Obviously, that's subject to the mayor's whim, and he can do what he pleases, but I wanted to make that comment. I also wanted to say that traditionally also, councils in the past, which I've been on for a long time, tend not to choose people who are currently seated on commissions, because if they get appointed, it just creates another hole that we have to come back and fill at a later time. So those are just historical perspectives that I provide as a senior member. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani, you have a comment?
I do. I just want to mention that another commission applicant, Ms. Witt, is in the audience, and I don't know if she was overlooked for a reason or not.
No, that was an oversight. Is Novelette with here? My apologies.
Thank you. Hello, Honorable Mayor, City Council and staff. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Novelette Witt, and I presently serve on the Social Service Commission with honor. I am not from Torrance originally. Torrance is my adopted city. I'm from a land far away. However, I've committed in the past 10 years to devote as much of myself as I can to help keep Torrance strong, which is why I'm applying for the Planning Commission. I've been a broker for the past 12 years, so I have a lot of experience in real estate, both commercial and residential, and I'm also involved in the local, national, and state association brokers, so I'm very much aware of events or things that affects us as it comes to real estate, both commercial and residential. And so I thank you very much for your consideration, and looking forward to your decision. Thank you so much.
Okay, were there any applicants out there that we missed sitting in the back somewhere? That's okay. Sometimes these things happen. All right, so we're going to start the process now, and I have decided, I made the order, and we're going to start with the Airport Commission. There's 2 seats open, and we're going to start with the nomination process, and I'll start with the seniority and go down, and I'll let the clerk.
Councilmember Griffith?
I thought we just plug in when we want to make a
Yeah,
nomination,
that's
because
what I
we don't
thought.
all not want to nominate necessarily.
Sure, go ahead. I'll take nominations
But
now.
I would be happy to make a nomination, and I appreciate that recognition. I would like to nominate Mr. Safarian. Just plug in if you want to nominate.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you. Since there's 2 seats, can we make two nomination?
Actually, sure. I was going to let you do 2 votes, but if you want to make 2 nominations, you could do that, and I'll give Councilman Griffith a go back after you.
All right. I'll nominate Shamindra and Rick Marshall.
Councilman Griffith, you got to go back?
No, I'll let the others go ahead.
It might be a repeat. Okay, I got Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. I nominate Marla Schwartz and Gary Safarian.
Okay, Gary Silverian's already nominated, so you've added Marla Schwartz. Okay. Councilwoman Kalani.
Mr. Fritzer and Mr. Vaccaria.
I think that's everybody except me. I'll add one more person to the field. I'll add Ryan Widner. I think that's, any more nominations from the council? Councilman Kaji.
My candidates have already been nominated.
Got it. That's what I thought. Thank you. Okay, so each council member will do a roll call for 2 votes. Can we do that, clerk?
Okay. Just to be clear, I just want to name the 7 candidates that were nominated. Kenneth Fitzer, Rick Marshall, Shamindra Manbahal, Gary Safarian, Marla Schwartz, Russell Vaccaria, and Ryan Widner. Roll call vote. Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you. I will vote for Mr. Safarian and Mr. Vicaria.
Councilmember Kaji.
I vote for Mr. Marshall and Mr. Beccaria.
Councilmember Kalani.
Fitzer, Mr. Fitzer, and Mr. Safarian.
Councilmember Matucci.
Marshall and Mambaha. Sorry about that.
Councilmember Sheikh.
Mrs. Schwartz and Mr. Safarian.
Mayor Chen.
Mr. Mambaha and Mr. Widner.
Okay, Mr. Safarian has 3 votes. Rick Marshall has 2 votes. Shamindra Manbahal has 2 votes. And Russell Vicaria has 2 votes. So would you like to break the tie by revoting?
So let's go, I think I'm going to put Mrs. Safarian in, and now let's take the ones that have 2 votes, and we'll just do one vote per person.
And just to clarify that since Mr. Safarian won the first round, he will be appointed to the term ending in 2026.
Correct. He gets a longer term.
Your Honor, the staff was telling also we had 3 votes for Vicaria.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I had. I thought I miscounted.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Can we verify those who voted?
So, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, for staff's tally is Councilman Griffiths, Councilman Kaji, and His Honor Chen for Bakari. Are those votes consistent?
I thought
No, Chen had Mambahal and
Mandabahal
Widner.
and Widner.
Apologies.
And if I may, and I wasn't sure, Councilwoman Kalani, I didn't hear your second vote. I wasn't sure if it was Vicaria or Safarian. Okay,
My first vote was Safarian, my second vote was Vicaria.
thank you.
I thought
Oh,
you said
sorry, it was
Fitzer.
Fitzer. My second vote was Fitzer. I
Do we need to do a total recount?
I can go down the list and tell you who I wrote the names down for.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do a total recount.
Okay.
Reset, master reset. It's okay.
You
Yeah.
want to do all the votes
Master
over?
reset. Let's do it again.
Okay. Councilmember Griffith, who are you voting for?
Same 2 as before, Mr. Safarian and Mr. Vicaria.
Councilmember Kaji.
Mr. Beccaria and Mr. Marshall.
Councilmember Kalani.
Safarian and Fitzer.
Councilmember Matucci.
Marshall and Mambaha.
So far, it's the same votes I had first round. Councilmember Sheikh.
Mrs. Schwartz and Mr. Safarian.
Mayor Chen.
Mr. Widner and Mr. Mambahal.
Those are exactly the same votes I logged the first time.
Okay, sounds like Mr. Safarian's the winner 2 times. He still gets the longest term. And I believe the remaining ones that has 2 votes were Mr. Marshall, Mr. Mambahal, and Mr. Vicaria.
That is correct.
Vicaria. I know I slaughtered your name. Sorry about that. So we'll go one more round, and each person gets 1 vote between the 3 remaining.
Hold on 1 second.
Are we okay with that? So it'll be between Mr. Marshall, Mr. Mambahal, and Mr. Vicaria.
Okay. Councilmember Kaji.
Mr. Marshall.
Councilmember Kalani.
Vicaria.
Councilmember Matucci.
I'll go with Marshall.
Councilmember Shake.
Mr. Marshall.
Councilmember Griffith.
Mr. Vicaria.
Mayor Chen.
Mr. Marshall.
Mr. Marshall is appointed to the term expiring in 2023.
Okay, the next appointment would be the Traffic Commission. So let's make sure we remove Mr. Marshall and Mr. Safarian from your list. I'm only saying this based on experience. Sometimes we nominate the same person who just got selected. It's 2 appointments, so we'll do the same trick twice. And each person can nominate up to 2 people. And whenever the clerk is ready.
They click in on
Oh,
their
it's
own.
traffic. It's Traffic Commission.
Mayor, they click in on their own if they wish to nominate.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Mambahal and Ms. Sharma.
Councilwoman Griffith.
One of mine was already taken, but I'll add Mr. Toma.
Councilman Shake.
Mrs. Sharma and Mr. Elizalde. Sorry.
Elizalde.
It was Mr. Elizalde.
Elizalde. Isaac Elizalde. Thanks.
Councilman Kaji.
Mr. Toma and Mr. Kobata.
Okay, Councilman Matucci.
I will do, one of them's already taken, so I'll do Widner.
And all mine were taken, so we're ready to take a vote. City Clerk.
Okay, that's to confirm the nominees are Isaac Elizalde, Dennis Kobata, Shamindra Manbahal, Arohi Sharma, Lucas Toma, and Ryan Widner.
That's what I got.
Okay. Councilmember Kalani.
Mr. Manbahal and Ms. Sharma.
Councilmember Matucci.
Mambahal and Widner.
Councilmember Shake.
Isaac and Mrs. Sharma.
What was the first?
Ms. Sharma. Isaac and Ms. Sharma.
Elizalde.
Elizalde
Elizalde.
and Sharma.
Thank you.
Councilmember Griffith.
Ms. Sharma and Mr. Toma.
Councilmember Kaji.
Mr. Toma and Mr. Kobata.
Mayor Chen.
Mr. Mambahal and Mr. Toma.
I have Shamindra Mandabahal with 3 votes and Arohi Sharma with 3 votes.
How many votes did you get for Mr. Toma?
I have 2.
Okay.
I have 3 for.
You have 3?
That's what I had. That's why I asked. It's a daily double.
Okay.
We need a computer.
Who voted for Lucas Toma?
I did.
Griffith, Chen, and Kaji. Okay. Okay, so we have 3. We have Manbahal, Sharma, and Toma.
So I would say, for those three, let's go for the next round, each vote two.
Okay. Councilmember Matucci.
I will do Mambaha and Toma.
Councilmember Sheikh.
Ms. Sharma and Mr. Toma.
Councilmember Griffith.
Ms. Sharma and Mr. Toma.
Councilmember Kaji.
Sharma and Toma.
Councilmember Kalani.
Mr. Manbaha, Ms. Sharma.
Mayor Chen.
Mr. Mambaha and Mr. Toma.
I have Rohit Sharma with 4 and Lucas Toma with 5. So those are your 2 appointees.
Okay, congratulations to Mr. Mamaha. I think you go by Ricky. And
No.
Mr. Toma?
No.
No. Sharma. and
Sharma.
Sharma. My bad. Ms. Sharma and Mr. Toma. Congratulations.
Your Honor, 1 moment. Planning next.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll go to the Planning Commission, since there's only one. We'll open up for nominations. Councilman Griffith.
Mr. LaFave.
Councilman Matucci.
Mr. Riggs?
Councilman Sheikh.
Mr. LaFay.
Okay, that's the same person. We'll just leave. We'll leave the nomination there. Any more nominations? Well, if not, everybody gets 1 vote. We got 1 seat open.
Councilmember Sheikh.
Mr. LaFay.
Councilmember Griffith.
Excuse me, Mr. LaFave.
Councilmember Kaji.
Mr. Riggs.
Councilmember Kalani.
Mr. Riggs.
Councilmember Matucci.
Riggs?
Mayor Chen.
Mr. Riggs.
Your Honor, Mr. Riggs has. Sorry, I'm just making sure I got everything. I am missing something. Oh, no. I have Mr. Riggs.
Congratulations, Mr. Riggs. Okay, we'll go to our final one. Hopefully that's straightforward. Historic preservation. When you're ready.
Yes, you have one
Okay,
applicant.
let's go with nominations. Councilman Griffith.
I think we have one choice. We'll make the nomination to be Mia Kurtsonas. I'll move for unanimous ballot.
Second.
This is just for historic preservation. Start voting, please. It didn't come up. Go. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously. Now, would you like to do a motion to ratify the other appointments?
Yes, so let's take a motion to appoint members and ratify the appointments we just made.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Congratulations to all the appointed commissioners. For those who did not get appointed, we still thank you for applying, and we ask your continued involvement in the city of Torrance. So I believe the city clerk would like the appointed commissioners to go to the side to sign their documentation.
No.
Oh, come to the podium. My bad. You gotta get sworn in, I think. We'll do it like we did with the youth council. We'll do one group.
Do we get a picture?
You have to be below 18 to take a picture this time.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Gary Safarian,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of
the Constitution of
the United States of America
the United States of America
and the Constitution of
and the Constitution of
the State of California
the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic.
foreign and domestic.
I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of
to the Constitution of
the United States of America
the United States of America
and the Constitution of
and the Constitution of
the State of California.
the State of California.
I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservations
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion.
and I will faithfully discharge
And I will faithfully discharge
the duties upon
the duties upon
which I'm about to enter.
which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations. If you can follow Sam out the side door, she has some paperwork for you to sign.
Thank you. We will now be moving on to items 9C as in Charlie and 9B as in Baker, which will be taken out of order. Item 9C, Community Development.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. On January 25th, 2022, the City Council directed staff to research and analyze potential rent control for the mobile home parks within the city. On April 26, 2022, this item was presented to the City Council. During this meeting, the City Council directed staff to further analyze and draft a mobile home rent stabilization ordinance, or an RSO, for review and consideration. On June 14, 2022, a draft RSO was presented to the City Council. At that meeting, the City Council approved a 90-day postponement of any decision to allow the ownership of Skyline Mobile Home Park time to work cooperatively with city staff to address issues raised in the staff reports. Additionally, the City Council directed staff to provide an update on the collaboration between the representatives for Skyline Mobile Home Park and the city staff be brought back within 60 days. As a quick summary, there are 10 registered mobile home parks throughout the city that have a combined total of 1,086 mobile homes. Mobile home residents are different from traditional apartment residents in that they generally own their home and have equity, but rent the land on which their home resides. In addition to paying space rents, residents of mobile home parks are responsible for making other payments just like homeowners, such as mortgage payments and taxes, as well as making payments for repairs and maintenance on their unit. There is no current legislation in place that imposes percentage caps on annual rent increases for renters of mobile home spaces within Torrance. While there are presently 2 rent stabilization measures enacted by the state, neither of them apply to mobile home parks within the city. Recently, residents of one mobile home park, which is currently restricted for people aged 55 and older, have been reaching out to the city, voicing their concerns regarding what they consider to be excessive rent increases, inadequate park maintenance, and insufficient communication with park management. Since June 14, 2022, staff has met 3 times with representatives for Skyline Mobile Home Park to discuss the concerns of residents. Staff believes that the ownership understands the residents' concerns and has informed the city that they plan to have a community meeting with all residents sometime in the fall. Additionally, the property owner provided the name and phone number of his local representative to be shared with the residents as a point of contact for issues at the mobile home park. It was acknowledged by a few residents that they did appreciate being able to reach out to the representative and the assistance he has been able to provide to them, but they still have many unanswered questions. Staff will continue to work with the representative for Skyline Mobile Home Park over the next 30 days. The next update will be provided on September 13th, 2022, which would be the end of the 90-day extension. That concludes staff presentation. If any members of your honorable body has questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any members in this council have questions for staff? Or any disclosures? Councilwoman Kalani?
Thank you. I want to thank the staff for how much effort they put into this. I really appreciate it, and thank you for speaking with me earlier today. I just had a couple of questions. What has the mobile home owner done to proactively communicate with the residents? I know that they've left phone messages for them, or they've left phone numbers for them to call them, but has there been any meetings up till now?
They actually have a representative here this evening, so that question might be better directed for them this evening.
Okay, well, I think all my other questions would be better directed to them. Thank you, I apologize.
I'm going to make a few comments here. I can see we're about to have a rumble here. So let's not have any public yelling and responses. You will have your turn once you have your time while we're having the questions. If it's from council to staff, please allow the staff to respond in much more orderly this way. I appreciate your cooperation. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor Chair. I'd like to disclose that I had Zoom meeting with the Skyline representative as well as some of the residents for Skyline Mobile Park. I also make a few comments, if I may. During my conversation, I repeatedly asked both parties if they made any contact, and both parties suggested that they did. And I also tried to get information if there was any agreement. There was no agreement. There was some, in fact, there is no connection, what I heard from both parties. They both were expecting to hear from each other, and that's pretty disturbing to me. Also, I wanted to point out that this is all senior living home, and I believe that we should have something in place to protect both the owners before they make any investment. So they should understand that what are the limitations if their investment makes sense, and same thing for some protection for the residents. At this point, I believe that they both are struggling, so we should work something out so that will benefit for the future investors and as well as for the residents. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to disclose that I've met with both sides. I've met with the representatives of the property owners, as well as I've met personally with several members of the population who live in Skyline. And my decisions tonight and in the future will be based on the information that's presented in our public meetings.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I wish to disclose that I've also reached out to the ownership's representative and also have had an opportunity to speak to some of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
I apologize. I did not disclose that I have had very brief conversations with both the property owner representatives and a brief conversation with some of the residents as well. I did have some conversation that I'd like to have with staff. If I could you please explain just briefly for all of us the difference between AB 1482 and AB 978?
They are both state laws. AB 1482 was enacted as a rent stabilization for tenants of apartments and single-family homes. It does not include mobile home parks, and it sets the rent increases at a maximum 5% plus an additional up to 10%, including the CPI difference for that year. So the rent increase can be anywhere between 5 to 10% depending on the CPI. AB 978 was enacted for one specific mobile home park within the entire state of California, which is located in Orange County and borders 2 cities. That mobile home park, the way the rent stabilization ordinance is written, is a 3% up to a maximum 5% based on the CPI difference.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a disclosure that I, too, have spoken to the owners and the representatives of the owners, and also attended a, I don't know, what do you call it, a town hall type of setting, where residents were there to speak about their concerns. So just wanted to make sure the public knows that I was there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. I forgot to mention a couple of things that I had spoken with our city staff, and thank you for helping me clarify quite a few questions. The 2 questions that I want to make, for the public and also for my clarification, if we know that is there a violation of this California mobile home law, or is there any law that the residents of the mobile park needs to be informed if there is a sale of the property in place?
According to the mobile home residency law, which is establishes the rights and responsibilities of both the park owner and the tenants, and is also included in the civil code, only if there is an established homeowners association that was established specifically for the purpose of wanting to be informed of the sale of a mobile home park and is registered with the state of California, would they need to be notified.
Thank you, Dr. Ramirez. I have one more question. Can you also clarify that the tenants cannot sell their property without getting approval from the landlord? Thank you.
Again, according to the mobile home residency law, the park ownership does have the authority to be notified of the sale of a unit. They have the right to inspect the exterior of the unit to ensure that there are no code violations and if are any other type of violations of the park. And if there are, they are able to request that those be corrected. And they also have the ability to, they also have the authority to approve the new person who's coming in to purchase or rent the mobile home.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to disclose that I have met with, I think I was with Councilman Matucci last Friday. I met with a large group of residents of the Skyline Mobile Park, and I have also met with the owners just to listen to both sides, but I am going to make my decision here tonight, should we make one, based on the information shared here.
And Your Honor, if I may, can we ask any of the other council members who've made a disclosure, but you didn't specifically indicate that you'll make your decision based upon the materials and the hearing this evening, to just confirm that for the record, please?
May I go first? Yeah, so any decision, in addition to any decision made here tonight, will be based on the information that's presented and nothing else. Thank you.
Same here. I did disclose that I met with both parties, and I will make my decisions based on the information and the presentation provided by the city. Thank you.
I too, although I have spoken with both parties, the property owners and the residents, I will make my decisions based on information presented. Thank you.
I would also like to express the same, that I come to this council meeting with having not made any decision. So I'm open to input and for your sharing of your opinions. Thank you.
Councilman Griffith, I think you're the last one.
I think I already did. Am I
Got
good?
it? Okay. Are we okay? All right. I think now we'll go to the public, and I believe there are people already queued in here. I'll let the city clerk call them up.
Eula Barrett.
As you're walking up, I'm just going to let you know ahead of time, you'll be given 1 minute. Your microphone's right there in the middle, right next to the, I'll call it the walker chair. And just let you know that when the 1 minute is up, the microphone will be cut off, so please be precise. Thank you very much.
The Saunders Group, in the letter to the City Council, stated they wanted to bring our rents up to fair market value with the rental apartments and condos in Torrance. This is an inequitable proposition, since we are the not transient renters, but rather homeowners, who pay space rent only for the ground our house sits on. We bought and paid for our homes. Some have mortgages. We assume the cost of our home maintenance and, when applicable, yards and fencing, and pay property tax and home insurance. Apartment and condo renters do not have the burden of those costs. And if there is a problem, they call the landlord to fix it. If the landlord raises the rent to a point where they can no longer afford to live there, they give notice and they move on. They do not lose equity in their homes, as we do if we are forced to do if we have an unaffordable rent increase. These are very different living situations. Of the 3 other mobile homes parks with high rents, none of them are senior parks. And they also have rent.
Thank you.
Deb Osborne.
City clerk, maybe you could call the next 2 after, so they can queue up, if that's.
Mary Jo Bartek and Linda Blumenthal.
I'll remind you, after 1 minute, it's not to be rude, the microphone will be cut off, so just you monitor and end when 1 minute is up. Thank you.
At the June 14th City Council meeting, as quoted by Michelle in her staff report, staff informed City Council that the ownership of Skyline Mobile Home Park had requested that the City Council postpone making any decisions for 90 days to allow the park ownership the opportunity to work cooperatively with the city and the residents to address their concerns. After waiting patiently for a month, we, the park residents, had not heard anything. We asked Michelle to tell the owners we needed to hear from them, and we were given a contact name and number. The representative was called and receptive to conversation on communication and operations, but however, not when talking about the lot rents. When I asked him specifically when we're going to meet with you during this 90-day negotiation, he said it was never a negotiation. It was a time for the owners to educate the city on the facts. We've been disappointed we haven't had any face-to-face communication, and we need to have it now, not in the fall.
I believe the next person is Mary Jo.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mary Jo Baratage. I'm the Vice President for the Golden State Manufacturers Homeowners League for the LA, Orange, and San Bernardino counties. I'm very familiar with rent stabilization ordinances, having worked with the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors and our corporate counsel, Bruce Statton, on the RSO passed in April 2020 for the unincorporated areas of Los Angeles County. Bruce and I met with all the heads of all the county departments and answered the questions regarding RSOs passed in and its implementation. Most recently, we've been able to assist the passing of RSOs in Pico Rivera and Santa Ana. And he is the expert on the rent stabilizations in law in the whole state of California. There are 106 cities and counties in the state that are very successful with RSOs. Rent stabilization ordinance is a fair approach to both the park owners and the homeowners. Word stabilization.
Thank you, City Council. My name is Linda. I am a homeowner at Skyline. Regarding 9C, the owner denies disciplining or displacing homeowners, but the history on record shows otherwise. Homeowners are fixed income seniors, vets, and disabled have been displaced to transpose homeowner parks into rental-only properties. Imagine buying your forever home. You've cleared your finances with your financial advisor, your bank, the seller, and the mortgage company. You open escrow with reasonable expectations. 3 days before closing, you are notified that your loan has been sold to another bank, your mortgage rate has increased, and your monthly payments will almost double. You're denied being grandfathered in. That's what happened to me. The original seller lot fee increased 80%. My agreed to. This is what they.
Ma'am, your time is up. Okay, let's call the next three up and to keep the process going, the meeting. We understand you support your speakers. We allow the next speaker to come up. They could speak quicker. So.
Christy Andrews, Ron Feldman, Sally Osborne.
Hi, my name is Christy Andrews. I live in Knowles Manor. We have no protection when it comes to rent stabilization. We have to take care of our properties, plus we have to pay rent. It's very overcoming. We have a lot of people losing their houses, and if they do speak up, there are a lot of people becoming evicted, as myself, for speaking up for RSOs. So we really need help from you guys to put this in for mobile homes in Torrance. Please, we're begging you.
Hi, this is from an article in the LA Times last month about mobile homes nationwide. The plight of residents is playing out nationwide as institutional investors led by private equity firms and real estate investment trusts, and sometimes funded by pension funds, swoop in to buy mobile home parks. Complaints have gone up 100-fold since out-of-state investors started buying up parks a few years ago. We're putting people in a trap where they have no ability to defend themselves and no way out. Parks containing about a fifth of mobile home lots nationwide have been purchased by institutional investors over the last 8 years. Rent and fees in some of them have almost doubled since 2019, and in one other, they went up 87% between 2017 and 2020. It's an open book as to what is happening and what will happen if you don't help. You have an opportunity to do something about it.
Hi, my name is Sally Osborne, and I've lived at the mobile home park for 14 years. I made a choice to live there because I've been a Torrance resident my whole life. A year ago, I retired from Ssdi, special education. I made a choice to live in that mobile home park because I trusted Torrance to do the right thing with us. I never dreamed we'd be in this kind of situation. And we need your help so bad. I mean, it's really scary for many of us. When I retired a year ago, I knew I could afford, my house, my everything. But now, it's gone crazy. And so many of us are scared. We can't afford to move. We have nowhere to go. And we trusted Torrance by buying there. And Torrance needs to come through for us.
Can we take the next three?
Jeff P., Florence Elman, Ron Elman.
Good civic governance requires the city of Torrance to make difficult decisions, and they need to make them in a fair way for the persons that have lived in Torrance the most and the longest. Their mobile home residents are invariably long-standing residents. The free market is helpful to goods and services, but a new owner of a mobile home park adds nothing to the general productivity. It only sucks the wealth from seniors and disabled persons into the pockets of the purchaser of the mobile home park without adding any benefit to the community. We are the people who add benefit to the community. We seek fair protection and affordable housing. Thank you.
The Florence Ailman coming up? Or Ron Ailman? Okay, we'll go down. Next person, City Clerk.
Irene Bellinger.
Thank you, council and city staff, for the opportunity to speak. Unconscionable rent increases. Unconscionable rent increases cause seniors on a fixed income to have to decide between housing, life-saving medicine, or food. Potentially, it puts one out on the street where they often die. We need an RSO to prevent this. Without it, your legacy might be our demise. Thank you.
Okay, those are all the folks that put their name in the queue. Are there any other public speakers? Sir, you got 1 minute.
I'm a resident of Skyline Mobile Park in Torrance. Last month, the park's current owner, John Saunders, sent a letter to Michelle Ramirez which contained significant inconsistencies. One of those inconsistencies is Mr. Saunders' assertion that the park's property taxes increased by $625,000 per year upon the sale to him. However, for the park's property taxes to increase by that much, the park's assessed value for property tax purposes would have had to increase by between $40 and $50 million. Given that the only part of the park subject to property taxes is the land and things permanently attached to it, such as the clubhouse complex, and not the mobile homes which are owned by the residents, such a large increase seems inconceivable. If I'm correct, I believe this shows that Mr. Saunders is acting in bad faith. Please enact a rent stabilization ordinance to provide protection to the residents of Torrance mobile home parks against excessive rent increases.
I think there was a lady in the back. She was waiting. Yeah, thank you.
Excuse me. We already have an epidemic of homelessness now, particularly here in Los Angeles County. We're your residents of Torrance that have supported this city for years, many of us, in addition to the council. Now we need your support. We have Skyline Mobile Home Park, our tenants too. Why haven't we been afforded the protection like other tenants in the state of California? Especially as the most vulnerable population, many on fixed income, disabled, and with no family to go to if they're left out on the street. Many of us had planned for Skyline to be our final resting place. Please help us.
I don't know these people, but they so clearly need your help. And if you don't help them now, they will be part of 9B that you'll be talking about how to help unhoused people. And I'm sure that these people, with the passion they've got for their own case, probably have developed a great amount of empathy for unhoused people, because clearly they can see how easily anyone, no matter what their background, can end up unhoused.
Thank you, council members. Mr. Mayor, at the current pace of Star Management's rent increases, I will be priced out of my home in 6 years. I know it's a business, but their business model seems to prey on the elderly and the poor. Homelessness is out of control in Southern California, and corporate greed in the housing industry is driving the numbers up. Home prices are at all-time highs, and rents are unaffordable for many. As a community, we need to be proactive towards housing. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Mike Mazzara, and I'm with the ownership group of Skyline Mobile Home Park. Skyline was purchased with the objective of maintaining a mobile home park in perpetuity. As you know, land values in Southern California have greatly increased over the past 20 years. Space rents of Skyline have lagged well behind market. There have been a few false accusations, but we've seen no evidence of unaffordability since the park was purchased. Knowing a rent increase might challenge some, we created a generous subsidy program to prevent anybody from being displaced because of a rent increase. The subsidy program is a precise and practical solution for those who have affordability problems. We're in the business of being park owners. Rents are not currently covering park expenses. If we're unable to make a fair return, we may be put in a position to have to sell the park to a buyer who may altogether have a different plan for the land at Skyline. Thank you.
Excuse me, my name is William Beverly. I'm 3424 Carson Street, Suite 400, Torrance. I was an attorney for the mobile home park for over 30 years. I appreciate that each of you has stated that you intend to make decisions based upon the information that's presented here tonight. I didn't intend to speak, as I said, but I felt compelled to rise because in all due respect to a previous speaker who declared that it was unlikely that the property taxes had been increased to the level that Mr. Saunders represented, I happen to be working on a property tax appeal for the former owners because they are the ones who are responsible for the taxes through September 30, 2021. The assessment from the LA County Assessor effective December 2020 was $55 million. It will be increased.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any more public comment on this item?
Hello, Mayor and the new City Council. This is Pork Chop, as you know, and I would just like to add a few tiny information for the people who is behind me. I used to dump trash behind their buildings. It used to be the Chandler dump for solid waste. Now, the city of Torrance had a land swap and required the land behind this mobile home park, and builders built already clubhouses and houses on the golf course, what they created, and the starting price is over $3 million. So I bet the city doesn't have anything to do with the land swap, and then I bet you're not profiting from this mobile home park turning into a house, residential neighborhood with $1 million homes. And these people can go to the street or end up with the interfaith services, right there.
Do we have any other public comment for item 9, Charlie? Okay. I'll bring this back up to the council. Do we have any more comments, or does any council member want to take action? Councilman Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the public and everybody who's spoken and has worked on this issue. Obviously, it is of great concern, at least to me, and it's clear that something needs to be done to try to keep some harmony in our community. I had a couple questions. Maybe staff can help me, and I know we're going to revisit this next month in September. I'd like to get the information, if it's publicly available, on the property tax assessments and the property tax before and after the purchase, if that's possible.
Your Honorable Mayor, members of the council, we can actually look at the LA County Tax Assessor's office and see if we can pull that off of there.
That would be helpful information to have. I also saw it mentioned in some of the documentation and so forth about a senior park overlay district. Can you expand on what that might entail and what it would do, or if it even exists?
Currently, the city does not have a senior overlay district, but what that would be, it'd be no different than when we were doing any other type of housing overlay district, is where the city council can look at the zoning and create an additional layer of zoning on certain parcels if they so choose.
And what would that do exactly?
When it's a layer, it just means that would be an allowable use there, along with the current uses that are allowed.
Right, and I understand there is some, I guess, deed restriction on the property that it has to be maintained as a mobile home park till 2037. Is that the information I have is correct?
Yes, there's a covenant that has been recorded against the property that states that it must remain as a senior mobile home park until I believe it's December 31st, 2037.
Does it specifically say senior?
Yes, it does. I believe it says 55 and older.
Okay, because I've heard some people say that one of the concerns is that they're trying to make it a non-senior restricted park, but you're saying it's protected by covenant?
There is a recorded covenant on there. I don't know exactly all what's covered in that covenant, though.
If we could pull that information and bring that forward next time as well, that would be, I think, important to see. I was concerned about some of the restrictions that I've heard from some of the tenants about trying to sell their property, their homes within the park, that there's a lot of restrictions that can be placed. And I think I heard you talk about it in your item. Is there some sort of mediation available for if somebody's saying that, let's say that the property owner is saying that the tenant needs to do certain repairs to bring it up to code, if they believe that they're being treated unfairly, is there some method for them to reach out and try to demonstrate that what's being asked of them is not reasonable or unfair?
The city did reactivate their mediation services that they provide. Both parties would have to be in agreement with that, but we are under contract with an outside consulting firm that can provide mediation services.
So if somebody was trying to sell and they felt that they were being treated unfairly with unreasonable restrictions, is that something we could impose, that they go to mediation, or is that?
No, we cannot impose, we don't have the authority to impose that.
Could we?
We don't have, if we had something that was adopted by the council, then that could be potentially part of, an ordinance that was adopted by the city council. I think we would need to seek our legal advice to ensure that we're not violating any laws that are outside our control.
I appreciate that. What's the current CPI today?
It's over 8%.
It's over 8%?
It is over 8%.
Okay. You could have that information also to be brought forward at the time of return next time. I think that was it for now. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess this might be for legal, but would if we actually sat here and say, no, you know what, we're going to stop this for whatever reason, do we have the legal standing, the legal right to stop this increase, even if we did come with a resolution that came back for rent control? What's put on the table, I thought that we had this discussion at the last meeting, the resolution cannot be made retroactive. Therefore, any rent control or rent resolution, stabilization resolution that we'd put on the table, in my understanding, would not stop these increases. Is that a fair statement?
I have the same understanding. Actually, probably Community Development Director Michelle Ramirez is far more knowledgeable about these rent stabilization ordinances than I am. So
I was just looking from the legal aspect.
No,
but yeah,
right.
yeah.
As far as I know, you have a correct understanding. Normally, retroactive laws of that sort are not favored.
It's kind of a tricky slope. When you start discussing these items, the council can do a start date. So if you it can potentially go back maybe just a month or so, but it would not be going back as far as when they were first received their rent increase of last year.
Okay. When we come back, I'd like for legal to research if there's any case law that would apply to municipalities or counties coming in, putting in certain laws or ordinances that would affect the property value of a property that was purchased, like in this case, it was purchased a few months ago. We put in a resolution that comes in and it hypothetically decreases their value by 20%. Is there any case law that opens the Torrance up to possible litigation of reimbursement of these losses? If that's something they can prove.
If I may quickly, when you do a rent stabilization ordinance, if one was inactive, There are reasons that the park ownership can come in front of however it's been established by the city council, whether it's a hearing officer, a board, a commission, or the city council themselves, for certain items that are beyond just regular rent increases. One of those that are normally included in there is for something when someone buys a mobile home park and for tax purposes, and there was a huge increase. That is a reason that they could come and ask for an exception for like a one-time rent increase. There are other things along those lines too that they could ask for. So that does not happen, that they go into the red.
Okay. But if we can maybe research if there's some judgments that were
Can I
awarded.
just clarify, you're more concerned about whether we can do it retroactively, or you want the answer, I mean, because there's rent stabilization ordinances all over, so we know that can be done, and they're not on the hook. The municipality is not on the hook for the value, so that much we know, but I just want to make sure I get your question right.
Okay, I mean, if we could just do a quick sweep and see if there's any judgments that were awarded at any time, whatever it is, in the last 5 years, that attorneys decided to sue a city because maybe the city overstepped their boundaries and took away income or value of such, and just to have it as a. But the whole retroactive thing concerns me for the residents, because really, I don't think hardly anything would stop what's there on the horizon, and that's in a way saddens me, because I think both parties seem to make their points very clear that one, hey, I invested a lot of money based on the laws and rules and that are here on the books today, and the residents, they've invested lifetime savings, in some cases, to buy their mobile home. And I've shown those mobile homes are beautiful. So it is a beautiful park, and so I wish there was a way of, bringing the parties together and kind of figuring this out. I know we're in a period that we're trying to do that, but it seems like we're on two separate planets for now. But maybe with some more information in the next meeting, I'm hoping that we can get a better, clear view of what we may have to do on our end to protect property rights and the rights of property owners on so-called leased land. All right, thank you.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. Director Ramirez, I have a question about the property tax along the same lines as Councilmember Griffith. It's my understanding that when a purchaser makes a real estate acquisition, that the property tax is reset based on approximately 1% of the acquisition value.
Correct.
It's also my understanding that for the County of Los Angeles, there is a property tax appeals board.
Correct.
So I'm wondering if, since this property tax increase is significant, and I know for the new ownership, there is an attempt to pass through this increase to the homeowners. Might there be a process through the county in which, as part of the acquisition, there might be some temporary adjustment to the property tax to allow both the new ownership as well as the longtime homeowners to sort of meet in the middle? So any pass-through wouldn't be as significant as it is now?
That would be up to the property owner to go to file that with the LA County tax assessor if they felt that the assessed value was not correct.
Okay. And I raise the issue to see if there's any precedence within the mobile home park industry here in Los Angeles County, especially as it applies to age-restricted mobile home parks, 55 years and up, knowing that for most of the members, they live on fixed incomes, and that any additional pass-throughs, of course, has an impact on their lives. So I'd like to ask if your office might make contact with Supervisor Hahn's office to see if there might be a member in her office that might have some experience in this, and if that could also be included in the report back next month.
Yes, we can do that.
Are there any other questions from the council? Yeah, I'll make some comments. Based on what I heard today, I think Councilman Kaji's last question is really a little bit out of the box thinking. I didn't even think about that, but it's worth asking. I think the next time the staff is coming back is sometime in September-ish. And I also know that around that time is the plan next, is when the delayed rent increase expires. So I know there's representatives from the property owner here and the residents here. You know, the best case is before it comes back in September, that there is an opportunity for both parties to get together and have some real information exchange and lean forward to see how we both can you both could come with some kind of a win-win situation prior to us coming back, if that's possible. I can't tell you to make that happen, but I would encourage you to see if you can come to some kind of resolution while we're still getting all the data. How does the council want to proceed from here? Councilman Griffith?
I was actually thinking of making a resolution, or a motion rather. So if Councilmember Kalani, you'd like to ask your comment or question first?
Well, my only comment, and I do appreciate your, your thought and your suggestion, but I just see both sides saying that there's been no communication. I don't know how we can facilitate, if at all, whether it's a meeting place that's away from the issue a little bit, just facilitate some communication so that we can possibly see some middle ground. And that would be nice to see that happen. Thank you, Mayor.
Good suggestion. It's a little bit on lines what I was suggesting. I would encourage you if there's an opportunity for both the Skyline Mobile Park homeowners and the residents get together, and if you need a neutral location, come talk to our staff. Maybe we could work something out to facilitate a neutral zone for good discussion. Okay. Councilman Griffith, I think you're making a motion.
Yeah, I'd like to, barring any further comments, I'd like to go ahead and make an attempt at a motion here. And I think staff, you heard a lot of the issues that we all have questions on that we'd like to have that brought forward at our next meeting. So I'll include that in my motion, all the questions that we asked, to have that come back. But I'd also like to include in my motion, and if so approved, that staff bring back a draft rent stabilization ordinance such that if the council deems at that time it's the appropriate thing to do, that we can enact one at that time and maybe plug in the percentages and so forth as we see fit, if we see fit. You were going to make a comment?
It would require a public hearing, and there's still some finessing that needs to be done to it. So if you wanted that to be brought back, I don't know that that would be ready on September 13th.
I am concerned that the 90-day moratorium would be over, and then the tenants would be subject to the whims of the property owner. I would certainly ask the property owner to be patient as we work through this process and try to come up with a fair resolution that treats all parties as fairly as possible. I am disappointed that it doesn't seem like there's been a great deal of communication between the property owners and the residents. And I certainly, by our next stab at this, I would like to hear that there's better communication. And I think that would have an impact on what decisions that we as a council might make going forward. And so if any of that makes sense, that would be my motion. And if we need a public hearing, then we need to have a public hearing.
Understood.
Councilmember Griffiths, I would second that, as long as, is there any way that we can encourage some kind of meeting as a requirement prior to moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, we can't require them to meet.
I think
We
it's
can encourage it.
As I said, I think it's in their best interest to show that they're willing to do that. And if they don't, that will reflect to us and it will impact our decision.
Fair enough, so that's second then.
Thank you.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Matucci voting no.
We've been here for about 2 hours, so I'm going to call a 15-minute recess. And please be on time, 15 minutes. We'll call the meeting back from recess and start off with item 9, Baker. City staff?
Nope. I think I'm ready now. Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Zulma Jant with the City Manager's Office. Item 9B is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council accept and file an update report on the city's progress in addressing homelessness in the city of Torrance. My colleague Viet Huang is on a well-deserved vacation. So this evening, joining me tonight is Ms. Sherry Weaver, Service Planning Area Aid Coordinated Entry System Director. Ms. Weaver and her staff have been carrying out the daily intake operational duties at 3290 Temporary Housing Village. Today, she will give your honorable body a report of the first 30 days. After her presentation, she will return it over to me and I will conclude the presentation and staff will be available for comments. Next slide, please. Today's presentation, staff will focus on 3 key areas. Provide your honorable body and members of the community an update and touch on key metrics as it relates to 3290. It will also provide information on the continued outreach efforts and community engagement. Next slide, please. A swift background on the temporary housing program. On June 22nd of 2021, City Council approved Torrance Civic Center grounds to be site for interim housing for the 12-month pilot period. I would also like to mention that staff continues to look for the other viable locations as directed by your honorable body. As of today, no viable privately held alternate location has been identified. In addition to an alternate site, staff has identified steps needed to remove the existing deed restrictions that prevent residential occupancies for portions of the Mary K. Giordano Regional Transit Center. Staff will return to your honorable body with a request for funding appropriation and an environment engineering consulting services contract once the process is finalized. In early 2022, City Council awarded agreement to Pallet SPC for the purchase and assembly of 4060 square feet housing units, guard booth, staff units, restroom, shower, and laundry units. April 12th, City Council awarded agreement to Harbor Interfaith Services to provide interim housing services for temporary housing program for the 12-month pilot period. Next slide, please. On June 28th of this year, the city hosted a ribbon cutting event in collaboration with County of Los Angeles Supervisor, 4th District Janice Hahn, and South Bay City's Council of Government, and subsequently held 3 community engagement events. The events were well attended by members of the community and various agencies wanting to obtain information on the newly 3290 temporary housing program. On July 5th, Temporary Housing Village at Civic Center Drive opened its doors. During that same first week, 16 previously identified individuals from Columbia Park were onboarded to 3290. Ms. Weaver will report on the detailed list of other parks that were identified by the outreach team through collaborative efforts. And just recently last week, August 5th, permanent power was completed on the site and is now fully operating on Southern California Edison. Staff would like to thank the General Services Department in Southern California Edison for their continued support on getting the site fully operational. One last important remaining task is the final phase of the security fencing installation, which is currently underway, and staff continues to work with Judicial Council to finalize that task. Next slide, please. Just a gentle reminder to your honorable body about the housing plan, which is a guiding document to assist residents of 3290 on how to achieve permanent housing. Some of the key elements in that plan are defining outcomes, define long-term goals, identifying strengths and barriers, as well as identifying the obstacles and developmental measurables to achieve those goals. Ms. Weaver will report more on those elements as well. Next slide, please. As mentioned in that previous slide, the importance of some key elements in the housing plan to achieving permanent housing is establishing key partners. On this slide is a list of those essential partnerships. Venice Family Clinic paid their first visit at 3290 on July 11th. They provide medical services on a biweekly basis for those residing at 3290. South Bay Workforce Investment Board began their partnership on August 1st, and on August 8th, Harbor Interfaith and city staff met with South Bay WIB and identified services to ensure housing attainment and retainment by providing opportunities such as work-based learning opportunities that include direct hiring, on-the-job training, paid work experience, and short-term vocational training and supportive services. Immediately after that meeting, residents were identified that would be benefited or candidates for any of the affirmation services. Ms. Weaver will provide additional information on those outcomes, including the Venice Family Clinic outcomes. Lastly, the Mental Health of America has been and continues to be a key partner to the outreach team. A contract is being reviewed by city staff recommending to retain a social worker to your honorable body will be brought forth in September for your consideration. Next slide, please. One of our last key partners is the faith-based community. The faith-based community has been providing light touch services to those experiencing homelessness, and they have expressed interest in collaborating with the city during the listening sessions that were conducted by the Social Services Commission in April of last year. The faith-based community has been assisting people experiencing homelessness in their individual congregations by either providing a hot meal, clean clothes, or sometimes a part-time job, just to mention a few. But what better way to collaborate and leverage those partnerships and be more effective and develop viable solutions to address those experiencing homelessness here in the city of Torrance? The city of Torrance will host its first Torrance faith-based collaborative meeting, which will be held virtually on Thursday, September 22nd from 3 to 4 p.m. And anyone interested in attending the meeting, please visit www.torranceca.gov/services/homeless-services, where you'll find a flyer with the link to register. And now I would like to call Ms. Weaver to give your honorable body more in detail data about the key outcomes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for having me out here tonight. Next slide, please. And we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so tonight I'm going to give you an overview, just an agenda of our progress to date. Just give you a brief resident overview, move-in day activities and services provided to date, typical opening events, and program exits to date. Next slide, please. So quick resident overview of all individuals living at the Torrance shelter right now. They all were unhoused at one point or another in the city of Torrance. As was stated, we were 100% occupied by July 18th, and we welcomed 30 of those residents within the first week, and actually 16 of those came in the first day. We keep some of the units open as city staff request as we're targeting outreach in the area. Some of the initial residents that came in, you can see the breakdown there. 16 were from Columbia Park, 5 from Victor Park, 3 from Entradero Park, 2 from the Civic Center, 3 from Delamo Mall, 2 from the railroad tracks, and 9 that were experiencing vehicular homelessness. Some key takeaways here is just the strong collaboration that we had with Torrance PD and city staff to ID potential residents prior to the opening. We already had a standby list. The other thing that I'd like to attribute is our outreach worker, which was Valerie Hernandez, who did a tremendous job in really identifying and getting to know people experiencing homelessness in the city of Torrance. Area encampments continue to be cleared, so we're still looking at some of those parks that we mentioned earlier, just to ensure that no encampments spring up again in that area. Our focus was on highly visible areas of homelessness, and clearing out community spaces was our priority. Next slide, please. So, age breakdown. We have residents at our site right now that age in range from 24 years old to as high as 88 years old. That gives the average age of 50 years old. There's a couple key takeaways. 60% are in more vulnerable older adults 50 plus. We're seeing such an increase of that in LA County at this time. And then one of the studies that I was able to pull up showed that people aged 10 to 15 years that are living on the streets. Unhoused older adults face serious challenges to their well-being compared to younger adults. Adults ages 50 and older who are homeless are experiencing health conditions, including cognitive and functional impairments, 20 years earlier than their house counterparts. So it's one of our major concerns too, and I think even hearing this evening about our folks in mobile home parks, we really have to keep a watchful eye on our aging adults. Next slide, please. One of the other important things that I felt to capture was the number of years homeless that were experienced by the residents currently at our site. So we had people that were homeless as little as 8 months up to as much as 40 years. And the average number of years is 8.4, or a total of 335 cumulative years between those 40 residents. Key takeaways here is 95% are HUD-defined chronically homeless, simply meaning that they've experienced homelessness at least 1 year or longer, and they have some disabling condition. Usually those disabling conditions are referred to as poor physical health, mental health, and substance abuse disorders. Next slide, please. So move-in day activities. So what a typical day looks like when we do initial intakes is there's an initial item screened by security. So that includes going through all personal belongings. And mainly this is to ensure the safety and health of not only the residents coming in, but make sure that there's no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons, no contraband that are coming into the site. Then we complete the comprehensive intake and assessment by his staff. That assessment includes gathering information about their age, length of homelessness, education, employment history, ability to work, medical history and health insurance, ability to manage activities of daily living, psychiatric history, current risk and safety concerns, harm to self and others, as well as family and social relationships. This information assists us in planning any of our system navigation and our case management, and gives us a baseline of understanding what's truly going on with each and every resident that comes to our site. Each resident was also provided a set of clothing, which was new. Laundry was provided for them as they came in, usually assisted by our resident aid staff that are on site. And then they were provided with an array of community donated toiletries. Next slide, please. So, ongoing services. Every one of the residents, 100% of them, were enrolled over 2 weeks, have met with his staff to develop a housing plan. And this is really the beginning stages of how do we end their homelessness and develop a plan towards permanent housing. Each one of those plans are self-determined, and we do get a lot of input and feedback from the residents themselves. As long as there is some buy-in from them, we find that they're more successful with their identified goals. We give residents some breathing space and time to feel physically and emotionally safe from living on the streets before creating this housing plan. Creating a housing plan is just the first step. Case managers will regularly meet with residents to track progress, make updates as residents, self-identify more steps that they themselves want to improve their lives. Venice Family Clinic, which has been a terrific partner of ours, as Zulma had indicated, they come out every other week, and they provide on-site medical services. And they provide a comprehensive suite, everything from emergency dental, and we found that out firsthand because one of our residents needed it, And even just some of the benefits enrollment for healthcare insurance, acting as a primary care physician, and any other referrals that they need to specialists along the way. 13 residents enrolled. In fact, we had 13 residents initially enrolled, and then we had 3 more that were seen yesterday alone. Employment support. Since being there, we found out that 4 of our residents actually have jobs. And one success story that I want to bring is that one of our residents that was employed had part-time employment. He was a temp. And we were able to assist him with securing full-time employment, and not only full-time employment, but with benefits. He's going to be working with the security company that we contract over there, and they were able to sponsor and waive the $175 guard card fee. Next slide, please. And then as opportunities arise, one of those opportunities was Torrance Public Housing Authority opening up their Section 8 lottery. So of the 40 residents, we were able to get 35 on that waiting list, and we were able to accomplish that within 2 days. Another 3 had already been matched to other housing resources since being there. Of those 3, we have 1 that has been matched to a Department of Mental Health resource, so it'll be a project-based permanent supportive housing over in the city of San Pedro. We have another resident that has another DMH resource, which is a Shelter Plus Care housing voucher, so he can find housing anywhere within the community of LA County. And then we also have a veteran that is pending a issuance of a HUD-VASH voucher, so again, he'll be able to secure permanent housing with that. One of the processes that we started since being on site, we have one of the residents that we were able to target with a HACLA, City of LA, COC voucher. So we are going through the application process, just awaiting some supporting documentation, and then we will submit that and then begin housing search and placement. Next slide, please. So services starting soon. In fact, they've started already today. South Bay Workforce Investment Board actually came out and did their first assessments on some of our residents that are interested in employment. We had 5 residents targeted. They actually saw 6 today. And the takeaway from the worker that came out there, he said they were very, very viable candidates. I think Zoma went over some of the things that they do, but I was impressed by the array of services that they can offer to get folks back on their feet, including job search, resume building, vocational training, which is really hard to get a hold of, and even paid work experience, professional clothing, which I understand that they're going to be getting from the NFL League. Employment opportunities for those that are on probation and parole, because we know a lot of people have that kind of limitation and barrier for employment. And for those lacking transportation, either mileage reimbursement or Metro bus passes. So they will continue to meet our residents a minimum of once a week. And the beauty of it too is that they're actually coming on site because our residents do not have transportation. SSI, Ssdi benefits enrollment for those that are either permanently disabled or older. We are leveraging part of the coordinated entry system, specifically our CBEST resource, which does all of those applications, especially SSDI. They are labor intensive, so we are lucky to have that resource. That'll be coming out. We have 3 residents that have already been identified and referrals have been submitted. And then AA meetings that we have identified at the community faith-based organization that's also been made available to our residents that seek that type of assistance. Next slide, please. So typical opening events. There's always that settling period. Educating the community and potential residents about referrals. So best way to refer is through the LA HOP. Anybody can put in la-hop.org, and anybody experiencing homelessness, they give us a location, general description, and outreach person will be sent out to that location. And then any city manager office for any city staff referrals can go through the city manager's office. His staff, subcontractors, residents adjusting to the rhythms of daily life over at the Torrance site. So pretty typical when people move into any new situation, new people, staff becoming familiar with residents, coming from an unstructured environment into a structured environment. There is always that settling period. And then there's a high visibility, a lot of media coverage. As we well know, we had Media Day out there, had a really great story about one of our residents. In fact, he's the one that had a part-time job that went to full-time. So, we are making some headway. And then just local curiosity. You know, what is it exactly that you do? How do you end people's homelessness? But some key takeaways that Harbor Interfaith has opened 4 other similar programs throughout the past 2 years. It's 198 beds total. All had similar startup adjustments. We have a proven track record for opening sites at the height of the pandemic, which has been definitely interesting. We had short turnarounds to scale up these sites, addressing community concerns, and we've seen it all before and address each accordingly. Next slide, please. Other typical opening events, residents adjusting to the rules. As I had mentioned earlier, we have people coming from an unstructured environment into a structured environment. And typically, there are things that take adjustment time with the residents that are coming into this environment. Some of the specific ones that stand out, bed checks, so residents cannot miss more than 3 days at this site before they will be exited from the site for not participating. Not entering another's unit, as we already said, we are in the height of, once again, this pandemic. LA County Department of Public Health COVID-19 protocols require us to have 6-foot social distancing. So we've had, let's just say, disagreements on whether or not we can go into each other's units, and part of that is because of the 6-foot social distancing. Lingering outside after 10 p.m. in violation of City Civic Center specific ordinance 45.1.8 and not in adherence with enforced 10 p.m. curfew. I will be the first one to admit that at the beginning I gave a little bit of flexibility on that 10 p.m. curfew, in part because I've had personal experience where if we strictly enforce that, we wouldn't have residents at that site. We now have signs up, the gates are locked at 10 p.m., and we are ensuring that residents know at 10 p.m. they must be back at the site. And then after hours noise and activity. So just being, once again, a good neighbor on site, keeping the noise level down and understanding that we want to be a good neighbor, and this is how that happens. So key takeaways, it is an enormous change to have people move off the streets and into interim housing sites. We work with residents to make these adjustments. These are primary rules that some residents find more challenging, and those 4 that we listed up there are the ones that they find challenging. Resident program exodus since opening. I am happy to report that we've had 1 already move into permanent housing. We've had 1 with a lot of work and support through our healthcare community that was able to be moved into a higher level of care. We've had 3 that self-exited, and then we've had 4 that exited due to noncompliance with house rules. Noncompliant exits with the initial set of 40 residents, as mentioned previously, we work with those who are more challenged to follow those house rules and do not exit them on their first infraction. None were asked to leave immediately because of their behavior. We do give a lot of grace there initially because we know people are settling in. I call it my come to Jesus moments, where we have conversations with them to get them to really understand we want this program to benefit you, but however, you need to comply with the rules that are set in place. And what I tell every one of those residents there, these are not put in place to be punitive. They are there for the health and safety of every resident on site. Some key takeaways again, number of self-exits and non-compliant exits, typical for our opening months. Maintaining wait lists, so generally those units that do become vacant, we can turn them over in a minimum of 2 to 3 days. So closing thoughts. I've been in homeless services for almost 21 years, and I think that I don't get too shocked about anything. But one thing I think that really stands out for me is that homelessness is not only a housing and affordability problem, it's also a public health crisis. And we've seen that a lot just in our opening days in our Torrance site. We are working with residents who are highly vulnerable, meaning they are much more likely to die on the streets if they do not get the help, and a lot of front-end work goes into getting them stabilized. This interim housing program is giving residents the support and resources they need to move forward with their lives. And at this time, I will turn it back over to Zulma Jen.
Thank you, Ms. Weaver. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now to touch on the outreach program. At the November 10th City Council meeting, your honorable body approved the city to enter into an agreement with Harbor Interfaith Services to provide a dedicated outreach worker for the city of Torrance for 18 months. The contract expired recently and was also extended to July 30th, 2023. As stated in Ms. Weaver's presentation, a strong collaboration with Torrance Police Department is important and a key factor to continue identifying those experiencing homelessness in the city of Torrance. Some other key outreach partners are People Assisting the Homeless, Mental Health of America, LASA, Los Angeles Service Homeless Authority, and the Department of Mental Health Home Team. Just last week, the city of Torrance received a notice of award from Providence in the amount of $850,000, which is a testament to the importance of the collaborative outreach efforts. Next slide, please. As Ms. Weaver mentioned, we encourage the community to continue to use the LA Hub portal and submit all outreach requests. The portal can be accessed at www.la-hub.org. Community members interested in making donations of supplies and seasonal needs specific to the operation of 3290 Temporary Housing Village can contact Nancy Wilcox at nancywilcox77@gmail.com or visit the City of Torrance website, where there's additional information on how to contact her, or they can contact the city manager's office. Next slide, please. Earlier in today's meeting, Commissioner Bickford from the Social Services Commission made an announcement about the drive that is currently taking place from July 25th through August 19th for the back-to-school supplies that benefits Torrance Unified School District students experiencing homelessness. The city manager's office has received many calls from community members wanting to donate directly to 3290. Also on this slide is a flyer with information for anyone that is interested in obtaining information on how to make a donation to the 3290 Temporary Housing Village, which also includes a wish list of needed items. Both flyers, again, are on the city's website. Next slide, please. Next steps. In September, as mentioned earlier in the presentation, staff will bring forth an item to your honorable body with the recommendation for the retention of a dedicated social worker for Mental Health of America for your consideration. This much needed resource will be added to the outreach team. And a few months later in November, staff will resume its quarterly update to your honorable body. Next slide, please. At tonight's meeting, staff is recommending that your honorable body accept and file update report on the city's progress in addressing homelessness in the city of Torrance. But before I conclude my presentation, I would like to thank Ms. Sherry Weaver for taking time this evening to present to your honorable body. I would also like to thank the Torrance Police Department as they continue to be an essential partner to the outreach team and the backbone to homelessness services here in the city. I would also like to thank all partners that have been very instrumental in bringing much needed services to those experiencing homelessness in the city of Torrance. And I would reminisce if I don't give a huge thank you to Providence and Torrance Refining Company for their generosity. And this concludes staff's presentation and is available for questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sherry, and everyone involved. I see Nancy sitting next to you as well. Do we have any questions from the council for staff? Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to first thank you, Ms. Gent, and Sherry and Nancy. I know you're working tirelessly in an effort to try to help provide positive support for people that find themselves homeless in our community. Just a quick question. We had our homeless count, which hadn't been done in 2 years, done in January. And here it is August, and I haven't heard any updated numbers. Is there any sense of when we might be getting a more accurate count of what's really happening on our streets?
Thank you, Councilman, for that question. If If I recall, we are expected to receive those numbers by late next month.
Late next month?
Yes,
End of September?
correct.
Any reason why it takes so long?
I believe because of the backtrack of the 2 years where the homeless count was performed.
All right. I'm going to reserve the rest of my comments for later. Thanks.
Yeah. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Also, I want to thank the staff and Zulma and Mr. Chapari, and I had a lot of meetings with them. Thank you for helping me clarifying some of the questions. The question I have for Ms. Zulma is on page 14, and I believe Ms. Weary mentioned that their employment support and 4 of the residents, they got jobs. Are those residents still live in tiny homes, or they have been moved to any permanent housing?
I believe those residents still reside at 3290.
So is there any in the pipeline, in the process to have them moved to another place, or are we working with any other options?
They do have a housing plan in place, which obtaining permanent housing is their end goal. But also, some of the residents, their income is not at a level where they can be able to afford rent. So then maintaining a job is one of those steps in obtaining permanent housing.
Thank you for that. I also like to understand, I believe it was mentioned that anytime there are more unhoused folks in any of those parks, we should be able to move them out from the parks, even though our tiny homes are filled with 40 people. Did I understand correctly?
Councilman Valerie Hernandez, she continues to visit the parks to ensure that there are no encampments. So far, she hasn't seen any encampments. The last time she visited, she takes 3 parks every week. She does rotate the visitations, and last time I actually visited with her was a couple of days, starting with Columbia Park, and we didn't see any encampments or anybody experiencing homelessness. But when she does get a referral from any of the agencies, including Torrance Police Department, she does provide light outreach touch, meaning she meets with the unhoused person and connects them back to their initial caseworker. As she explained to me, in homeless services, you cannot double dip services. So if somebody is experiencing homelessness here in the city and they're looking to enter the 3290 site, but there might be from a neighboring city, she connects them with the neighboring city's caseworker, which all that information is included in the HMAS database that is available to our outreach worker.
Thank you, Ms. Olma. Another question, all those unhoused, they are in tiny homes. Do we know if they were all from Torrance?
Yes. Our outreach worker had been working with every single person that's in that facility since the inception of her contract. So she's been in contact with them. It is why she had a large success in onboarding 16 of those clients from the Columbia Park, because she had been in contact with them from day one. And also with the assistance of Torrance PD, because they have been, like I always mention, and my partner Viet, they have been the backbone to homelessness here in the city. They've also identified a lot of the clients where Valerie met with them as well.
Thank you, Ms. Olma. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Griffith.
Yeah, I thought of another question. Thank you, Mayor. In the presentation on slide page, oh, no page number, on the outreach program, it talks about another agency that I'm not particularly familiar with, and that's called Mental Health of America. And I know you said you were going to be bringing something forth next month, I believe, to talk about a social worker or something to be put on retention. What exactly type of services does that organization provide, especially considering that significant number of the unhoused in our city do have various levels of mental health challenges.
So bringing a social worker to the outreach team provides the opportunity for that social worker to 5150 a client if it needs to be done that, or that action needs to take place. They do provide referrals to mental health services that we currently don't have or Valerie doesn't have access to, Valerie being our outreach worker. So there's a lot of resources that come with the Mental Health of America social worker that they bring, and those are the resources that the city is trying to leverage.
Yeah, I'd be very interested to hear more of the details of what services those would be. Personally, I believe that some of the more chronically mentally ill shouldn't be on our streets at all, and they should be in some more formal care situation than a temporary housing in our civic center.
Councilman, Adam Chapari, City Manager, if I may chime in addition to Ms. Gant's comments, there's a certain threshold to determine by a clinical physician the level of acuity the individual is facing. Typically, we rely on LA County to provide that support, and they have a backlog given the magnitude of this crisis in the county. By having our own dedicated social worker, part of the Torrance Homeless Response Team, will help expedite that window. And then by having a certified clinician, mental health worker, will help us identify the extremity of the individual's conditions with the hope that we can get them appropriate care, which is not suitable for on-site at 3290. And that'll help address some of the concerns with those individuals having extreme mental health issues.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to hearing that, because it doesn't seem like there's been a whole lot of good care options for the chronically mentally ill, and besides roaming our streets, and that's unacceptable.
And if I may expand, as I've said in the past, this is not a City of Torrance problem. This is a regional challenge, and we encourage all of our neighboring cities and the county, the state, and the federal government to intervene and assist in this endeavor. We can't do this alone. But we made significant strides, and I appreciate
I've made
all
those
the efforts
comments
of the team. Thank
many
you.
times myself. This is not a problem that Torrance can solve. All right, that's it for now. Thanks.
Councilman Kaji?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gant, help us to understand the challenges that the residents face, especially when they have criminal or civil records that may serve as a bar to employment. How might we best be able to help those individuals? And I don't know if, I think at Redondo Beach, they had a court function or activity.
Thank you, Councilman, for that question. Yes, Redondo Beach does have the homeless court, which is something that the City of Torrance is currently exploring, with the assistance of Supervisor Janice Hahn providing funding for that resource.
Councilman Matucci?
Thank you, Mayor. Just have some questions about the admission process to the housing. I remember in conversations in previous meetings, we had a lot of meetings in regards to the homeless plan and putting it together and implementing it. If I remember correctly, there was some level of background check that we do. And my understanding was if they're, whatever, sex offenders, they need to be identified as sex offenders. If they're violent criminals, they need to be identified as violent criminals. Even if they serve their time, I think they should be identified. Also, you know, if they might be wanted in other states, other counties, etc. What level of background checks do we currently have? Because obviously it's a concern of mine and a concern of the community as to who we just allow to come and live in our little pallet homes.
Thank you, Councilman. I think I'll direct that question to one of the staff members to address.
Your Honor, members of the City Council, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. At the present, we do not currently utilize any service that the police department has access to with respect to criminal history or DMV records. There are very specific restrictions that allow those systems to be used for. My understanding is it's specifically for criminal investigations. As such, we cannot leverage those systems. What we have done is attempt to ensure that we have proper identification of the individuals that are there, and we have been working with Harbor Interfaith to share that information with the police department so that they have an understanding of the current residents, so that if there are any known suspects that are wanted, that can be followed up in that manner. But currently, we do not do any criminal background checks. The city has a housing first model in order to allow us to continue to do enforcement when we do have availability. If we introduce additional requirements like background checks or any sort of additional restrictions, that would jeopardize our ability to do further enforcement when we do have available units at the location.
Okay, thank you. Also, you mentioned enforcement, and of course, I've mentioned this many times, that enforcement is a key component, I think, of the plan. If we don't have enforcement, then we're just going to have 40 little tiny homes that are filled, bus stops that are filled, parks that are filled, because you're right, there is no cure for homelessness, because it's something that's, you always get a new batch of individuals that are experiencing homelessness. I get that. But there is a treatment, and that treatment, in my opinion, is our plan. That treatment is a plan that includes the ability for our city to, I don't want to use the word push, but encourage people to go into these programs to help them. We want them off our streets, period. But ultimately, we do want them to get help. I personally feel that the anti-camping ordinances being sporadically enforced. I don't mean that as a criticism, I'm just kind of pointing it out, just because we have an individual on Sky Park that's been there now probably for a few months, and nothing seems to happen. Now, I don't know the specifics of that lady's situation. It could be mental health issues or whatever else, but bottom line, she's still there. The individual at the library, still there. There's a few other individuals that I called in the other night. This poor lady, pushing her cart literally in the middle of the lane at nighttime on Anza. I called it in 2 nights in a row because she almost got hit a few times, and with my kid in the car, he was like, Daddy, call police, call the police. Situations like that, I feel like we should have the ability to enforce. Now, she was just pushing a car, but half a block down the way, she just stood up on the sidewalk along Anza with her stuff. Again, that's an enforcement thing that I feel that we're not taking care of. We mentioned the ability to enforce is connected to the 40 homes, but I tend to disagree that it's not just connected to the 40 homes, it's connected to temporary shelter availability. And that, when we discussed in June 22nd meeting where we adopted the plan, it was mentioned that the shelter needs to be not necessarily within the city. I mean, as a safe way of approaching it, yes, it needs to be within the city. But the Boise, Idaho case does not specifically say that it has to be within the city. And we had predetermined that if it's within SPA 8, we could defend the position that it's within a service area, SPA 8, that would really give us a little bit more flexibility. Not only that, we have hotel vouchers. And if we don't have hotel vouchers, I think we should also explore, for us, picking up the tab on these hotel vouchers, because we want to continue making sure that people stay off our streets. We want to continue having that pipeline of individuals getting off the streets and into permanent housing, jobs, lifetime mental health, temporary mental health, whatever the case may be. I really don't think our plan stops at 40 capacity, and it shouldn't. And I don't think there's any laws that stop us from using hotel rooms as additional temporary housing. I don't think there's any laws that says that temporary housing has to be within the city of Torrance. I think we already talked about that. Of course, we want to take the safe route, but we shouldn't put limitations on our plan because there's really no law that says that we have to keep it within the city. Now, there's plenty of motels and hotels that have, I believe most hotels work on a 30 to 40% vacancy factor, but even if it's 10% vacancy factor, that could be anywhere from 5 to 30 rooms that are available. And I'm sure, most of them wouldn't have any problems putting individuals that are on the streets in there, especially if that night or week or month is paid for, and I think Project Room Key was maybe a little bit of a disaster because I think there were just too many hands in the pot there, and mismanagement and rooms getting destroyed and hotel operators not getting their rooms fixed. So of course that Project Room Key is bound to fail. But I really do believe that we can put together a program. It doesn't have to be called Project Room Key, but we should. We have a lot of space, a lot of rooms available, a lot of what I would consider, and I think even within the law would be considered legally considered temporary shelter. I mean, quite honestly, I'd rather be in a motel room than a little room that's 8 by 8. Have your own bathroom, nice comfortable bed. There's really no problem with that. And the services, the same way they come here, they can go to a motel or a hotel. So I really do think the individual on Sky Park and the library, even if it's at capacity, we should enforce. What is that enforcement? That we just go back to the meeting and we can even run the tape again. The promise was that we are going to enforce anti-camping ordinance. And quite honestly, I'll be honest with you, it's kind of making us look bad because we put so much effort into coming to this point. So when people drive around, and we've done an excellent job. I'm not stomping on what we've done already. But there's some very high visibility individuals that are kind of like, kind of stubbing their nose at us saying, I'm still here. What are you going to do about it? And these individuals are being offered very good help. And our plan was that we're going to cite them and potentially arrest them eventually if they choose to they need to either take the help or leave the area. I mean, that was the whole plan. We want to help them, but if they refuse, then we have no other choice than ask them to leave our city. We need to protect our city. And I think with the crime levels, the criminal activity that happens, a lot of them unfortunately are connected to transients coming through the city. Really do think we need to put our enforcement in high gear. And but anyways, those are my comments.
Council, if I may, Adam Chapar, City Manager, we are aware of those individuals that you mentioned. We continue to outreach with them. In some instances, it does take several attempts. We will utilize the anti-camping ordinance as intended. Our goal is to form some partnerships, enter into contracts with area motels or hotels, continue to seek funding with the help of that mental health worker. At some point, if we determine that individuals are unwilling to seek help and they're at a threshold where they meet that mental support service, then we have to seek additional partners. But to your point, we are exploring additional options, which will allow us ability to, on those highly visible, acute situations, to give the resources to our officers on the field where we come across individuals in distress. We can help them transport them to a hotel or a motel while we create the vacancies. It is significantly less expensive, the funding at the local tiny homes at $32.90 versus a night stay, but it is a short-term gap which can help bridge that concern.
Yeah, but even if it's, I mean, we're talking about it, you can have a predetermined.
We're working on that.
Yeah, predetermined
rate
per night. Yeah, per night thing to where if it's a week, let's say it's $1,000. If it's a month, it's $3,000. And I think having a room empty is not a profitable
we concur
thing. So I think I think it could be a win-win.
Yeah, we're also exploring through Project Home Key, there may be opportunities to, if there's any for sale motels or conversion of housing units to perhaps some combination of low-income workforce and individuals transitioning out of tiny homes to permanent supportive housing.
You know, like I said, I think vacancies in motels are temporary, just like the homelessness should be temporary. I think permanent structures tend to be pushed back by the residents. So, but if we, you put, let's say, 2 individuals at one motel and 1 individual at another motel, you kind of spread it around while you're seeking permanent solutions. It won't have too much of an impact on any particular area. If you start putting a motel with 60,
that's not our intent, Councilman.
Yeah, okay.
That's not our intent.
So that's why. Okay.
Councilman, those rates
Don't scare me around.
Sorry, Councilman, to your point, those rates are being negotiated as we speak.
Okay, I didn't get the memo, I'm sorry. No,
It's not complete, and that's why we didn't want to cover that.
All right, so I thought I missed one of the emails. All right.
Maybe next update.
Next update, okay. But I really do appreciate all the hard work, and especially our police department, police and fire, because a lot of the fire calls are homeless related. So I think, if we put a lot of these individuals into programs, I'm hoping it'll alleviate some of the patrol calls. So anyway, thank you all.
Thank you, Councilman. I think some of the points that I've asked staff in the past on multiple occasions. I think some of the area where the difficult part is the folks who we already know who's going to refuse help. It's like you already know. Those are the ones I think is of high interest. We've been talking about, temporary housing when we get hotel reservations. That's with an assumption that they will eventually receive help. I think the other point I think you're getting at, Councilman Tucci, is the ones who's just thumbing their noses, and you said thumbing their noses, the ones who just say, I'm not gonna go anywhere, and it's like it's a standoff. So what are you gonna do? I think that's the area where we need to really think about what are we gonna do. They're just staring at us. What are you gonna do? Right. Councilman Griffith.
Yes, thank you again, Mayor. I keep coming up with additional questions as the conversation keeps rolling. I think looking back on when we approved the whole tiny village concept, it was sold on the concept that it would allow us to enforce our anti-camping laws, which we reinforced. And so I think that hasn't worked as anticipated. And I would like to ask for specifics, maybe from our police chief. Since our village opened on July 5th, how many enforcement efforts have actually been made on any of our anti-camping laws since that opening date? Do we have any statistics on our anti-camping enforcement efforts?
Chief Hart, Police Department. So when it comes to the citations and the contacts with anti-camping, the anti-camping ordinance, and we have Officer Kraft here who can also add some context. From their perspective, reporting to me, they said it actually was helpful because that was a leverage that they used to get people to accept the housing at 3290, and really helped us also with Columbia Park to have so many people come inside. One of the things that the officers were doing in those contacts is, when they have the option to use discretion, when you come across somebody, you give them the option, do you want to go to permanent housing? So temporary housing. If not, you have the option of a TMC citation, which is a misdemeanor. And during those contacts in the last quarter, they've made a total of 32 felony arrests and 35 misdemeanor arrests. And those were crimes that would be at a higher level than what the citation would be for the anti-camping ordinance. So those were addressed. A lot of them had to do with warrants to try to get those taken care of. So far to date with this quarter, tracking our data, the total amount of arrests were 67, but I don't have it broken down by, of the 35 misdemeanor arrests, how many of those were for anti-camping versus other types of crime.
I think that going forward in our future updates, I'd like to kind of see statistics on the enforcement of our anti-camping laws that we passed specifically in support of this tiny home village. And I think that would just be helpful for us and the public to see, since that was kind of a key component of the approval of the whole village. So if that's something that you'll be able to keep track of, that would be worthwhile to share with us.
Yes, sir. I'll make sure staff brings that back. I think it's operationally, when the CLOs were, say, for example, Columbia Park, when they contact somebody, they say, do you want to go to temporary housing? And they say yes. Okay, well, that's an acceptance of our help, and then they would start the process to come back the next day. And so there could be a time where the value that we've seen from the anti-camping ordinance was maybe it took us 2 or 3 days to convince somebody, where we could have given 3 citations over those 3 days, but they kept contacting, got them in housing. The challenge right now, to Councilman Tucci's point, is that we keep daily contact with the shelter, and they let the police department know if there's any open beds every day. Every day for the last few weeks, there's been 0 openings, therefore no enforcement of that specific ordinance. We are still actively contacting all people in the city who are unhoused, and keeping track of which ones are saying they're open for service and which ones aren't. And so that when a bed does come open or a different option, that we can go contact those that are servant, that want service and also servant resistance, where the TMC section then comes back into play.
Councilman, if I may, Alam Chaparian, City Manager, I don't want to take away from the efforts achieved to date, because minus our availability of 3290, these 40 highly visible locations would still be highly visible locations with lots of frustrated community members. Second, to the chief's point, we're in the process of developing a brochure, an information brochure, which shares with our unhoused individuals who are not at 3290 that the city of Torrance does have an anti-camping ordinance. Furthermore, these are the resources available at 3290. So we give some educational material out there to help those individuals, almost a preview that we do have the resources, and we anticipate you seeking these resources. And that's going to be shared with our park rangers, all of our city staff that interacts with the community, as well as our fire and police personnel. So when they come across an individual experiencing homelessness, should we be in a situation where we're full at 3290, we'll be able to share with them that the city of Torrance has anti-camping ordinance, city of Torrance has temporary housing, these are the services provided. So there's no surprise when we keep going back to them, and if we do have a location and we come across an individual with service resistance, then we are going to exercise our option of issuing a citation. And then if they're service resistant, then it's the point of the level of acuity. If they're not in a position to make that decision, then we'll have a clinical technician with us to make that determination and get these individuals the help that they need. Because clearly, to live on the street and not seek shelter, there's already this position that's concerning in that scenario. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know there are some folks in the public who's been wondering what we've been doing with the old Sears parking lot, Sachi, and I believe there's signs out there now.
Yes.
Giving
We're
folks warning.
working with the mall management. It's a separate parcel ownership. They do have reciprocity easement. It is private property. They could enforce towing. Our CLOs and our service officers, as well as community development team, has been proactively working with the management. We're hopeful with the development of that site coming forward, that location will no longer be available for any alternative activities, since it'll be hopefully fully utilized as a commercial, retail, and other usage.
Okay, thank you. I know a lot of folks in the public's been asking us because they seem to see a lot of mobile.
Last I heard,
homes.
we had down to 1 RV
Okay.
as of yesterday.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. First of all, Mr. Chaparian, I appreciate your comments, because I had written down 35 days. 3290's been opened. I think a lot has been done, and I just want to thank everybody. I was thinking of our first meeting, Ms. Gent, in 2020, when we were talking about and brainstorming about the homeless situation. So I really thank everything that everybody has done. I just had one question that I didn't see in the presentation. I know that some homeless initiatives have been successful in reuniting homeless people with their families. Have we looked into that at all, and have we had any success with that?
So there are some clients in the 3290 that have expressed reunification with their family members, And Ms. Weaver, her agency does have a process to execute that resource. So there are, those options are being explored with the clients that are interested in that service.
Thank you. Would it be possible as that progresses to also include that in the outbound numbers?
Yes, definitely.
Where they go? Thank you.
I'll ask one question before I go back to Councilman Shake. I'm doing the interleaving trick here. Page 19 on the presentation, there's a comment that 3 self-exited and 4 non-compliant. In the context of our discussion here, so what happens to those folks? What do we think is the situation once they self-exit or we exit them because they violate the house rules?
Ms. Weaver, do you want to respond to that question, to what happened to those clients?
Yes, for the most part, they probably returned back to the situation they were in. One of the things that we do try to do, though, as well, is Valerie will go back out and outreach, because there are other programs, too, within the coordinated entry system that we can get them connected to.
Okay, so we're kind of like it possibly goes between, some people call it a little do-loop-ish.
Yeah. We actually had one young lady that self-exited. I think she needed time to reconsider her options, and we were able to readmit her within, I think it was a week and a half after she exited.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Thank you. You know, I just didn't want to hide, you know, a lot of us think about different things that are concerned because, you know, there's enforcing anti-camping, and then once someone exits, then does that mean they refuse help? So, Councilman Shake?
Mayor, Chief Hart, can I just add a little bit of context?
Yes.
In those cases, what our CLO team is doing and has been doing is keeping track of those people who have left and are considered service resistant. They've met with them. They're keeping track of where they are in the city and know they are service resistant. And those are people more likely that when there is an opening, we'll reconnect with to encourage them to accept housing. If not, that's when the citation will definitely be appropriate.
Thank you, Chief, because I know we have already a very high visibility case where one was exited and then we had an incident with the machete, right? That was the situation. Okay, Councilman Shake?
Thank you, Mayor, and once again, thank you, the staff and chief, for providing the detailed information. I shared some sentiments from the neighbors that there are a lot of disturbances in the area, and we removed those people from Columbia Park, and now they're here in this area. And some of the sentiments is that, yes, you're removing them from one area, but now these individuals are here, and now they go outside and have some violence in the area. And I think I spoke with Mr. Parian, and he assured me that if anything like that violent act happens, if Mr. Chaparian, can you elaborate on that, please?
Absolutely, Councilman. Honorable City Manager, in any case of threat to public safety, we encourage, obviously, we request that the public call 911, and police will respond and deal with those individuals accordingly. They won't be residents of 3290. They'll probably be part of the criminal penal code system. So if anyone feels there's any potential safety concerns, please call our police department, and we'll respond and address those instances on a case-by-case basis.
So for instance, what happened to the person with machete and
Well, I'm not in a position to discuss individual pending criminal case activities. There's public information that's been shared. I know we put a press release. I will add, if there's instances where there's a connection to the community, and specifically 3290, in this instance, we were able to clarify and issue public notification press release. And I encourage the public to visit our website. If there's we want to be open and transparent and honest and share the information to the degree available by law. We cannot disclose the specifics, but if there's any incident in the neighborhood or subject to PD disclosure, we'll go ahead and share that information to the community. And I encourage, again, everyone to visit the website. If you come across an individual experience in homelessness, utilize the LA HOP number, website, and if there's any further follow-up, please give us a call directly and we'll follow up.
And I think we talked about also briefly the concept that we understand it's not a jail. People can come inside and out anytime they want. But since the inception of this program, now we have tweaked some of the operations. So it doesn't become that nuisance for the residents, so, they feel safe. And we keep on making some tweaks for our programs to make it more successful.
Yes, Ms. Weaver mentioned earlier, posting of signage that the curfew will be enforced, the door gate will not be open after 10, and we continue, there's always room for improvement. So again, if anyone is concerned or has suggestions, I encourage you to contact us and we'll take those measures. We have a partnership standing meeting with the police department, our office, and Harbor Interfaith as part of that operational experience and making sure that we make improvements to alleviate the community's concerns. We want 3290 to succeed. We want to be able to turn these individuals over very, very frequently so that we can open up beds and help those in need into permanent transitional housing.
Right.
That's our goal.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Sheikh. I think I have one more question. And I think there was in the staff report that talks about the putting up the fencing. I know we're working. Do we even have any kind of a estimate time frame when we think that fencing may be coming up?
Councilman Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. We hope that in September we'll have an item for your review and approval of an agreement between the Judicial Council of California and the City of Torrance that outlines the deal points of the agreement that's been negotiated, identifying the materials, the placement, and responsibilities of each entity. From a construction standpoint, that would be the city. From a maintenance and operations standpoint, that would be the Judicial Council and the LA Court. We've made a considerable amount of headway. The majority of the deal points have been agreed upon. It's more of a procedural requirement, and we look to bring that agreement to you in September.
Great, thank you. And once again, I just want to say thank you, staff. I know a lot of questions here. It's, this is a new, and usually when things are going well, you're not going to hear anything. It's when there's tweaks and when it's new and it's beginning, I understand we got to make tweaks. And thank you, staff, for responding to all our inquiries and making tweaks. And we're trying to do our best to look out for the best of all residents in Torrance, wherever they live. We're not picking on any location. We picked 3290 is because we thought that was the best location given the situation we're in. So we're very thankful. So if there's no more questions from the council here, we'll go to the public. And you have 1 minute, just like we do in the past, and just make sure, let you know that after 1 minute, the mic will cut off. And so just thank you very much. Appreciate your cooperation.
After listening to all this, it's just really clear that some people in this room want to find housing for unhoused people, and some people in this room just want to clear the sidewalks. And I want to say those are really two incompatible goals, because they color how you see people, how you see what's beneficial to them, and how you value them and how you prioritize them. If you're clearing the sidewalks, then you're not caring about housing people. They're two very different things. You guys sit up there unmasked, close to each other, but you nod your heads that people would be prevented from having someone inside their tiny home, a friend, come to visit for COVID safety. But yet you guys, I mean, it's completely incompatible. You're not viewing them as people. It's not a crime to not have a house. Quit criminalizing the unhoused.
Yes, ma'am, please come up.
Hi, good evening. Okay, I've heard everybody mentioning about the homeless, obviously, substance abuse and all of that, but I know of somebody that is in the tiny house village now who isn't in that position, has been a resident of Torrance for over 60 years and was sort of, I don't know, I feel like bamboozled into this whole situation of the tiny house village, because a lot of things have been promised but haven't been followed through. And it just doesn't seem right to me that it's like there was not a plan in place. There was not a plan in place for somebody who maybe wasn't on drugs or wasn't having mental illness, but was just homeless because.
Thank you. I think the lady was coming up with a hat. Just so you know, we just gave everybody 1 minute. After 1 minute, the mic will go off. Go ahead.
Hello. I think that there has a lot to be done about the tiny houses. I don't know how it was planned, but it certainly is very unplanned. There is nothing there that makes any sense whatsoever. It's just a heyday. What they did is they moved the people out of the park, which I don't know anything about. And I'm a 62-year resident here, and they should notice me and my experience and my advice, but that doesn't mean anything. It's just a complete chaotic thing. Nobody knows. I never know who anybody is there. And I really think that something has to be structured. There is no structure there whatsoever. And there's a lot that has to be done. I have a lot of ideas because I know, but it doesn't make any difference. I'm not paid any attention to.
Hi, my name is Ronson Chu. I'm with the South Bay Cities Council of Governments, and we're partners on this project. And I just wanted to come here to thank you for your leadership on this very tough issue. I've been to city council meetings all up and down the coast of California, and I can tell you, not a lot of city councils would have taken this step. It takes a lot of courage to help the homeless. I've seen city councils reject housing for veterans, and so this issue is very contentious, and I believe we're partnered in the right step, and this is the step in the right direction. So just want to thank you for your leadership, and looking forward to continue partnering on this endeavor.
Thank you, Ronson. I know that you got a difficult job taking the lead from the COG. Appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Eric Calhoun. I work for the City of Los Angeles, 33 years, and I'm a park director. I run the largest park in the city. I've dealt with over 600 homeless people in my park in just the last 18 months. It's very encouraging to hear what you're doing with this program, because the last 6 people that have exited my park have been in body bags. I've had to do CPR on people for ODs and stuff, and it's not a good ending for them. So I really want to thank you for taking these steps. It might not be the best now, but it's a step in the right direction. I think if you keep going, it's going to get better as a group. So I want to commend you and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone else? Mr. Porkchop.
Thank you for calling me Porkchop, not like the other guy over there. Anyway, let's announce the winner here, Harbor Freight Services, and they make money. I don't know if the people know that, but as I read it a month ago, they received $1.7 million for their help, for their help. So you're kicking the homeless from here to there. And also, one question. If I would house a homeless at my house in that 1/4-inch panel, 64 feet thing, would I go to jail? No toilet, no sink. Hello? No telephone access. And the other thing, no homeless bothered me ever at my house. But I have the neighborhood kids coming and throwing eggs at my house after 31 years. And the police shows up in 3 hours. And I'm not a homeless. And homeless did not do that.
Good evening, City Council. First of all, regarding this homeless proposal, the structure that has been put in place, I am glad to see. I walk at Wilson Park a great deal, and it was really disturbing and unfortunate to see a couple of homeless there, especially in the benches areas. I'm glad to see that she's being taken care of. I am glad to see that there have been steps taken, especially in Columbia Park. It was pretty disturbing to see a lot of the tents set up there. The enforcement issue, I am glad that that's getting the attention it needs. That it is not humane, it is not compassionate not to enforce our quality of life ordinances, the anti-camping ordinances. I certainly look forward to seeing the police being able to do their jobs effectively, and also that the services are provided adequately for our homeless. Things do look a lot better already in the city. Last of all, it was a little frustrating to hear someone in San Pedro say that their homeless situation was better dealt than ours. And I'm glad to see that we're taking steps to deal with this issue effectively. Thank you.
Anyone else? Then we'll bring it back here. Do we have a motion?
Motion to accept and file the updated report on the city's homelessness in Torrance.
I'll second that if you include some of the information that was requested by some of the council members. I think Griffith had asked for some things to come back, and the statistic.
Absolutely. I thought that was agreed upon.
Okay.
Do we need to detail them at all? Okay, thank
I
you.
think we captured it, Council.
Yeah,
Thank you.
second.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Once again, thank you, staff. I know this is a complicated issue. Thanks for hanging in there with all of us. Now we'll go on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers in the orals are limited to either oral communications 1, which is about to happen, or oral communications 2 later in the evening, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. And you've all seen the mic will cut off. Speakers, please turn off your cell phones when you come to the podium to speak. If presenting handout materials to the council, please provide 10 copies to City Clerk before speaking. I think City Clerk.
Mary Ann?
I'm calling upon you to establish an independent civilian oversight commission, fire Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez and Brian Kawamoto for their part in killing Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I don't understand why these things aren't very easily handled, and you could be moving us to a place to specifically deal with this, but yet you insist on not serving the most basic, simple forms of justice that you can do, the very least you can do for Christopher's family and for the safety of the citizens of Torrance.
Thank you. City Clerk.
Audrey?
I'm here in honor of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, who was murdered on December 9th, 2018 by Torrance police. The men who killed him have never been reprimanded or held accountable for his death, and we will continue to show up until they are. We demand the firing of officers Matthew Concannon, Anthony Chavez, and Brian Kawamoto. We demand the establishment of an independent civilian oversight commission, one with subpoena power and the authority to hold Torrance police accountable. Christopher was profiled and killed because he was a black man. He did not have to die. But racism is alive and well in the Torrance Police Department. That disgusting email scandal is just one more example, and we demand change. Justice for Christopher Mitchell.
Sherry.
I'm also here in solidarity with the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell to demand that you listen to the voices of families whose loved ones were stolen by police murder and establish an independent civilian oversight commission to investigate police misconduct, brutality, and the racist, anti-Semitic, queer-phobic, toxic culture of the Torrance Police Department. We command that you fire all of the officers involved in the hateful, bigoted messaging scandal and prosecute all offending officers for their flagrant discrimination and heinous hate crimes. We know that Matthew Concannon, murderer of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, exchanged texts about the lies he told in the deposition he gave about the shooting. This disgusting admission confirms his premeditated murder of Christopher, unveiling his outright racism and hatred of the BIPOC community. Stop employing these killer cops. None of us are safe while they're on the force. Civilian oversight holds power accountable, which is the only path to true justice and community healing. Fire and prosecute murderous officers Anthony Chavez, Matthew Concannon, and Brian Kawamoto.
Thank you. Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you.
Steph.
Go on to the next one. Oh, that's Steph.
Hello, I am here to uplift the life of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I heard earlier tonight from many applicants who are also residents of Torrance the desire to serve and to give back to the community, and it is your role as council members to do such. We cannot serve the community without recognizing all residents. I heard Mayor Chin yourself say wanting to protect all residents, and Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was a community member. He deserves justice for being murdered by Torrance officers Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez. We demand the firing of both officers along with Brian Kawamoto. To create a safe city for all community members, we demand the creation of an independent civilian oversight. The theme of tonight that I heard is serving the community. The civilian oversight provides the opportunity for a better checks and balance system so that officers of Torrance do not continue to perpetuate hate.
Thank you.
Achille.
We have been coming here now for 3 years. And those of you that are new here, you need to understand and accept that we are going to call you out for the racism that exists here. I used to come here, and I've been here many times, I used to come here and say, I'm coming to Torrance, Mississippi. But then I decided that that was a disservice to Mississippi. And so we come here now in the name of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and we'll continue to do that. And we call for first accountability, the firing of Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. But more importantly, your city is under investigation. Half of your police force is under investigation, and you have done nothing about it. We will continue to come here and call you out. We will continue to come here and call you the racist and white supremacists that you are, and we will continue to demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Thank you, sir.
Camille. Carol Gillis.
Welcome to all the city council people, department heads. We're glad to see you all live. And live, I'm Carol Gillis with the Torrance Theater Company. And we went live. We were live. We're at the Armstrong Theater. We're doing our summer musical. It's wonderful. It's called The Addams Family. We had over 330 people there Saturday. We had about 360 people Sunday. There's tickets available for Thursday night, which starts at 7. It's a Midnight Madness. Come in costume. There's going to be prizes for those costumes. Friday night and Saturday night, it'll be at 8 o'clock. Saturday afternoon at 2 o'clock. go get your tickets at www.torrancetheatercompany.com or go up to the box office at the Armstrong Theater. And we're expecting to see all of you who are sitting up here getting your tickets, bringing your friends and your family. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joan Jones.
Good evening. I'm here on the behalf of New Horizons Homeowners Association and Julie Dojeri, who could not be here tonight. We want to thank the City Council and especially Councilman Griffiths and Mr. Steve Fenton, Chief Engineer, for all of the improvements that are happening at the three-way stop at Nadine Circle and 229th Street. We have senior residents that live there. Many have canes and walkers, and there's a couple of people that have electric wheelchairs. Finally, they're going to be able to cross that three-way stop and be safe. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Randy Smith. Arthur Shopper.
Good evening, Torrance City Council. My name is Arthur Shopper. It's good to see you face to face. Thank you for opening up the City Council chambers again. This is really good. And there's a real peace in here. I know the leadership is already better, and it's only been 2 sessions, but I already feel a calm and a real drive and a real direction for the city. It's already better. I want to be able to congratulate face to face. Councilman Sheikh, congratulations. Councilman Matucci, congratulations. Councilman Kaji, congratulations. And of course to you, Mayor Chen. I appreciate already the decorum that's been restored in this council. And I hope that the city will be, and you will take great steps to ensure that our local control is affirmed and enhanced. We need to take every step we can to open up a health district that we control so that we're not being pushed around by Los Angeles County Department of Health. We need to take those steps, and as much as possible, we need to retain our zoning powers. I know Councilman Griffiths has been working on that, and I know that you'll be able to work on that too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric Calhoun.
Did Mr. Count?
Good evening, everybody. So just came in to let you know this evening that our 15U All-Star team from Torrance won the Pacific Southwest region a week and a half ago, and we will be competing in Virginia for the World Series starting this Saturday. I've got a Torrance flag from some staffers that our boys are going to proudly display. We're going to take them to the Capitol. A lot of them never been out of the state. So just want to thank those city folks for the support, invite you all to support us, watch us on live stream. Our first game is this Saturday against, we're playing New Jersey first. So I will share the live stream, the links and everything to get to it with the city and our schedule, and just hope to bring back the title to everybody. So thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. Do we have anyone else?
No one else signed up before the meeting, Your Honor.
Okay, and I think our 15 minutes is up. Oh, I got one. My bad, my bad. We got the last. The
last.
Mr. Jones is the last one.
Good evening. I would say good morning, but we're not quite there yet. Thank you. Welcome. Good to see you guys all in person, council members and your honorable mayor. My name's John Jones. I'm a board member with the Torrance Friends of the Theater. And one of our main functions is active fundraising, and we do a very great job with that. As Carol had referenced, we do a lot of active fundraising throughout the year to help support the arts. And I encourage you tonight, you have an item in front of you, item 8D, that I encourage you to accept a gift from the Friends of the Torrance Theater to enhance the summer musical with live music. We weren't going to have live music before, and the Friends heard that the theater would really pop if we could do this, so we were able to provide $13,500 to provide this live music, and the show was fantastic. I went last Saturday. It's great. I encourage all of you to please go and see the show. Thanks so much for having me here.
Thank you. Thank you for the donation. I think this. Sir, you'll be the last one. I think we're 15 minutes is up. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Chen and fellow council members. My name is Rafael Huang, and I wholeheartedly support your resolution to end the local emergency. Mandates don't work as the mask and vaccines can prevent the virus. As I told you earlier, my relatives in Korea still got COVID. Despite of constant masking and getting a booster shot, we can't expect different results doing same thing all over again. Not only that, the mandates criminalize good, hardworking people for simply choosing what's best for their health. It also violates religious rights because it forces people to do something what is forbidden in their religion. Therefore, we should end the mandate for good and let people choose what is working best for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go on to.
Say his name! Christopher DeAndre Mitchell! Say his name! Christopher DeAndre Mitchell!
Okay, let's go on to section 8 on the consent calendar. Matters on consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion, one vote. There will be no separate discussions on these items. If discussion is desired on this item, I ask any council member to pull it. Do any council member want to pull any items on the consent calendar? If not, I'll take a motion.
Motion to approve a consent calendar.
My name is there, please.
Where are you? Oh, I didn't see it.
What?
All the papers. Withdraw.
My bad. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would like to pull 8C.
All right, we got 8 Charlie being pulled. Any other items? Okay, we could do a redo.
All right. Move to accept the consent calendar minus 8 Charlie.
Second. Sorry.
Are you going to second?
I thought that Councilmember Scheck had. I'll second.
Okay. Start voting, please.
I know.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. You see, it's a quick draw wins, right? So just remember, we need the voice along with the click. So we'll get a hang of it real soon. I learned someday. Item 9A, City Manager. Oh, whoops. You see, I still didn't get a hang of it. Back to 8 Charlie.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I pulled this one. I'm a huge fan of concerts and the Army and the military. My only concern on this is that the request is for about 40% of our annual budget. And we're only just a month and a half into our fiscal year. And it's very, very, very rare that we ever give a subsidy of this magnitude. And I just wanted to point that out. Again, I'm in support of what they do and all that, but this will greatly impact our ability to provide subsidies to future needy organizations and groups throughout the rest of the year. And I would potentially like to see this drop to half of the amount requested.
Councilman Griffiths, Autumn Chapter City Manager. Staff plans to bring an item to council sometime in early fall in anticipation of future funding, a revenue stream that may be coming to the city. We're going to canvass your honorable body about the programs and services you may want to see throughout the city. I've asked department heads to develop a list. If you recall, part of our Safe Strong Torrance campaign on SST was about $1 million dedicated to provide support to programs for city services and programs. Mind you, the funding won't start until October of this year, but at some time in the next year, we may be able to revisit your priorities, and this may be one of the items you may want to consider.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've talked about having concerts for our public's benefit over and over and over again, and also to have our staff reach out to members of our community for sponsorships and things like that, as opposed to utilizing taxpayer money to do it. And with the limited amount that we have available to us right now, that was the only reason I bring this up as a concern. With the potential promise of future funding, then I would be much more supportive of this item, and I hope everyone understands my concern is not because I don't like the proposed item. The amount is a very high and unusual amount. In all the years I've been on council, I haven't seen a number that big. Thank you.
Does the council wish to take action?
Yeah, Mayor. And I could appreciate those comments, but because of the type of event that it is, I would like to make a motion that we accept 8C for the full amount asked for.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now we're back to item 9A. City manager approve insurance agreement and rates for accidental life, death, and dismemberment, and so on and so on. Staff.
Good evening, honorable Mayor and council members. Hediye Kajavi, Human Resources. Item 9A is the recommendation of the city manager that city council approves insurance agreements and rates for life, accidental, death and dismemberment, short-term disability, long-term disability insurance, dental insurance, vision insurance, employee assistance program, flexible spending account, COBRA, and retiree administration. The expenditure amount is approximately $4,689,469. The city's contract for the insurance coverage for eligible employees is set to expire on December 31st, 2022. Human Resources, in collaboration with Finance, worked with the city's benefits broker, USI, to obtain proposals from insurance carriers. This effort was initiated in March 2022 in preparation for the expiring contract on December 31st, 2022. Prior to the expiration of the agreements with insurance carriers, Human Resources will again seek updated rates through the RFP process. Staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions from the council? I gotta make sure I look down every time. If not, how about the public?
Hi, this is Torchak again. I know that you need insurance and you should have insurance and all that. My family has insurance, and it's a little bit different because the company my wife works for, they matching up your contribution to your life insurance and whatever. And I just made a little thing with my calculator, and it's end up like average $3,000 for each employee of the city. So I'm not very familiar with the things, but I think this could be a little bit excessive, you know? This is above the health insurance they have. That's including the health insurance? No, so this is above. Okay, thank you very much. So city of Torrance is a good city and provide good insurance, pension plans, and this liability insurance. Great.
Anyone else from the public? If not, let's come back to the council. Does the council want to take action?
I move to approve item 9A.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now we're to item 9D as in Delta, Community Development.
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. This item is the approval of the repayment of the Low and Moderate Income Housing Set-Aside Fund in the amount of $1,250,670 for the property located at 1316 and 1320 Cabrillo Avenue, and appropriate said funds to the Low and Moderate Income Housing Set-Aside Fund to facilitate future affordable housing activities. These properties are currently the home of the Torrance Theater Company, whose productions during the year bring customers to the downtown area to also shop and dine before and after performances. In September 2009, the former redevelopment agency of the City of Torrance acquired the properties on Cabrillo Avenue for the future development of low and moderate income housing. The funds used to purchase the properties came from the city's Low and Moderate Income Housing Set-Aside Fund. The total cost to purchase the properties, again, was $1,250,670. State law allows a redevelopment agency to retain any properties purchased with low and moderate income housing set-aside funds for a maximum 10 years from the date of their approved housing asset transfer letter. The 10 years includes the initial 5 years, plus one additional 5-year extension. The former redevelopment agency of the City of Torrance received its housing asset transfer letter approving the properties as housing assets from the California Department of Finance on September 5th, 2012, which began the initial 5-year period. In April 2017, the City Council adopted a resolution approving the allowable 5-year time extension, which will end on September 5th, 2022. In order to comply with the 10-year deadline, there are 3 options available to the City Council. Sell the property for low and moderate income housing. 2, initiate activities to develop the property. Or 3, retain ownership by the city and return the funds used for purchasing the property back to the Low and Moderate Income Housing Set-Aside Fund. The first 2 options would displace the Torrance Theater Company, which has become an asset in our downtown Torrance. Repaying the Low and Moderate Income Housing Set-Aside Fund would mean that the properties would be free and clear for the city to utilize for any purpose with no restrictions. The funds returned to the Low and Moderate Income Housing Set-Aside Fund would then be available for the city to assist in preserving, upgrading, and/or creating housing that is affordable to very low, moderate income households within Torrance. After considering these options, it is recommended that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the repayment of the original purchase price and fees to the Low and Moderate Income Housing Set-Aside Fund and appropriate the funds back to the Low and Moderate Income Housing Set-Aside account to facilitate future affordable housing activities. The $1,250,670 is available as a result of one-time land lease revenues received by the Airport Fund and recently approved by the City Council on June 28, 2022. That concludes staff's presentation, and if any members of your honorable body has questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions from the council? Councilman Kaji.
Thank you for the presentation, Director Ramirez. Just a point of clarification. What is the current status of the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency of the city?
Our successor agency is still active.
So was this asset previously held by the RDA?
It's not actually considered successor agency because it was purchased with low and moderate income housing set-aside funds. So it would not be on the same list that you see with our ROPS each year, if that is your question.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Any more questions from the council? I don't see any. Let's go to the public. Any comments? You don't have to.
Hello, I just love this item because it proves that you care about the low-income housing. I don't want to say a bad word because I promised Scott I'm going to talk nice to you. But you have $1.2 million and then you renting or give it to the theater company instead of low-income housing. Then, now, when a city told the people we need money for essential services, you're buying back that crap. That building is need renovation, and it's not bringing money into the city. 10 o'clock when the theater is closed, everything is closed. No income to the city, no nothing. It's a freeloading from the Torrance theater company. And the taxpayers, $1.2 million spent on this, when you just 2 months ago begged the people, lied to the people, the city doesn't.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comments? If not, City Clerk, may we have a number and title, please?
Got a quick question, Mayor.
Oh, I did it again. I gotta keep looking down. Councilman Tucci.
Do we have an estimate of the current value of this particular piece of land?
The last appraisal was done in 2018, and it was valued at about a little over 1.4 million. But based on the value today, without doing an actual appraisal, we would estimate somewhere between about 2.8 to 3.4 for the properties. But again, that is just our estimate based on just the increase in value currently.
Okay, and the purchase of $1,250,000 was locked in because of the time of purchase?
Yes, so if we want to keep the properties, then we can purchase them for just what we had bought them for with the low mod income housing.
Okay, so in other words, if we don't purchase it, let's say that we vote no on this, what would happen with the property?
We would have to do one of the first two options. We'd either need to sell the property by September 5th, or we need to initiate activities to develop the property. And if we were to sell the property, any revenues we received actually continue to go back into the low mod income housing set aside funds.
Okay, so in other words, if we don't buy it, that money is pretty much gone. If we do buy it, we're basically buying let's say, even if it's a $2 million property for $1,250,000, and of course we have to repurpose it with whatever we may decide to do with it in the future. But I guess my point is, it's a pretty darn good deal to get it, hold on to it, and for future development, instead of just letting it go.
Yes, if in the future the council wanted to sell it as a city asset, then you would be able to sell it for the market rate, and then that money comes back to the city versus going into the low mod housing fund.
Exactly. I think we had already talked about this, but I just wanted the public to know that we're not just going out buying property. This is a strategic move to be able to hold on to some land for future development. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Tucci. So now I'm looking down. There's no questions. City Clerk, may we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2022-83. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving the repayment of the low and moderate income housing set-aside fund for the original purchase price of the property located at 1316, 1320 Cabrillo Avenue, and the appropriation of $1,250,000 to the low and moderate income housing fund.
Move to adopt resolution 2022-83.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Now we're on item 9E as an echo. City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Eleanor Jones, City Manager's Office. This item is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council select chairs and committee members to standing committees in accordance with the Council Rules of Order and the Mayor's appointments. We'll start with the Special Standing Committee chairs and members, and then City Council liaisons and ad hoc committees. Due to the recent June 7th, 2022 election, the City Council has gained 2 new council members, Councilmember Kaji and Councilmember Sheikh. Welcome and congratulations again. And also we have Mayor Chin was elected as our new mayor, and welcome again, leaving his previous seat open. With these recent appointments, it is necessary to select chairs and members of the standing committees, appoint members to special standing committees, and city council liaisons to City of Torrance organization and ad hoc committees. We will start with the standing committee, in which the city council selects the chairs and committee members. And I'll make sure you pay special attention to the instructions that I give you for making those selections to those committees. Under Section 9.2 of the Council Rules of Order, it states that each council member, other than the mayor, selects in order of seniority. Next, each council member in reverse order of seniority will have an opportunity to select their second committee on which they would like to serve. Finally, each council member in order of seniority shall select a third committee on which to serve. Based on those criteria, we'll start with our current seniority on council members, excluding the mayor, as follows. Councilman Griffiths, Councilmember Matucci, Councilmember Kalani, Councilmember Sheikh, and Councilmember Kaji. Just for reference, in your, on your agenda item, they have the existing committee members, and you can see all the vacancies with all of the new members. So we will get started, and we're going to start with the Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee. Also, for reference, in your item was a summary and explanation of each one of those committees. So Councilman Griffiths, I'm going to start with you, being the senior member of our council.
But not the oldest.
You're not the oldest. Just has the most experience on that dais.
Thank you.
Okay. What's your first choice?
I would like to choose to be the chair on the Community Planning and Design.
Okay. And next in line is Councilman Matucci.
I'd like to stay on the Transportation
Okay.
Committee.
Next, Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you. It would be my honor to continue to chair Employee Relations and Public Safety.
Okay. And next, Councilmember Sheikh.
Thank you. I'd like to go with the Citizen Development and Enrichment, please.
Okay. And last but not least, Councilmember Kaji.
I'd like to serve as chair of the strategic plan.
Okay. All right, now we're going in reverse order. Councilmember Kaji.
Thank you. This is to serve as a member
Yes.
committee.
Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Except we have a,
We
still
do
need
have
a
an
chair.
opening finance.
Correct. We
Yeah.
still need a chair for the finance and government operations. So my suggestion is we come down. Do we have any volunteers who want to be chair of the finance and government operations?
Could we just leave that to the incoming appointed council members?
We could bring it back, we have to bring back an item, right? Or we can just
You would have
leave
to-
it for the vacant District 2 appointee.
I would just leave it vacant and then insert the,
Yeah, as long as we get a
Be the
committee
easiest.
appointments.
We could make it vacant because after we fill the 6th council seat, we're going to have to do this trick again. I think. Am I correct?
Yes.
Unless we,
Unless
unless
you-
staff knows we're about to have a finance and government operations before.
No, we
Okay.
don't anticipate till the late fall.
Okay, then let's make it vacant. Just so the expectation is, once the 6th seat is appointed, then we're gonna have to do this selection once more again. Okay, let's leave it vacant then.
Okay. So now we only have committee members' positions open at this point. Councilmember Kaji?
I'd like to join the Transportation Committee.
Councilmember Sheikh?
There can be two members in one, right? There has to be two members,
Yes.
right? I'll go in each, yeah, so I'll go with transportation as well.
Councilmember Kalani?
Citizen Development and Enrichment, please.
Councilman Matucci?
I lost track here, but can I stay on the Citizen Development Enrichment?
Yes.
Is that there's a spot?
There's an opening, and then that one's complete.
And if I could stay on the strategic, I'd like to stay there. There's a spot.
Okay, I'll have to come back to you on that.
We'll have to do round robin back again. It
Yeah.
still might be open.
Yeah, it might
Okay.
still be open, because we'll go back seniority. Councilmember Griffiths?
I'm just looking at my choices.
Community Planning, Employee Relations, and Public Safety,
I'm already the
Financing.
chair of community planning.
Oops. I can't read my
can't
own
be a member
handwriting.
also.
Employee Relations and Public Safety, Finance and Governmental Relations, Strategic Plan.
I'll go finance and governmental operations.
And now it's your turn again. Councilman Griffiths?
Oh, I go
seniority.
again, I'm sorry, thank you. I go strategic plan.
Councilman Matucci?
All right, now let's count. Citizen Development and Strategic Plan.
Community, you want strategic
Us.
plan or community planning and design?
All right, how about community planning?
Community planning, okay. Councilmember Kalani?
The same, please, Community Planning and Design.
Okay. Councilmember Sheikh? We have employee
Employee
relations, finance and governmental operations, and strategic plan.
I'll go with the finance and government operation.
Okay. Councilmember Kaji?
It's only employee relations and public safety.
Employee relations
Or
and
strategic
strategic
plan.
plan are the only two that are open.
Okay, Employee Relations.
Okay, Councilmember Kaji, we're going in reverse order.
No, we're done.
And we have vacancy, employee relations and public safety, and strategic plan. And you're already in, oh, you want to keep one vacant?
Actually, he doesn't have a choice right now. Because
He only has
he's
one,
already chair of
strategic
strategic
plan,
plan, so he
And
can't be
he's
in the
already
committee.
there, yeah.
I think you can get a buy on this one.
Yes.
You get to do it again in a couple of months.
Mm.
I think it's Councilman Sheikh.
Councilman Sheikh? We have employee relations and public safety,
Yeah, employee relations, please.
and strategic plan.
There's only one spot left for,
Do we want to leave that one vacant, or you want to appoint it now? Councilmember Kalani, you're next. And
I
that's
choose
strategic plan.
strategic plan.
And guess what? You got it.
hard decision, last man standing.
Okay. Well, you guys will be experienced when you do this again in September or early October. The next is the Special Standing Committee. Under the Rules of Order, Section 9.4, the mayor appoints chair and members to the following standing committees. And the mayor made the appointments as follows. Armed Forces Day, Councilmember Matucci will be the chair with Council members Kalani and Councilmember Kaji as members of the Armed Forces. Federal Legislative Advocacy, the mayor will be the chair of that committee along with Councilmember Griffiths and Councilmember Shake as the members, with Councilmember Kaji as the alternate. The State Legislative Advocacy Committee, the mayor will be the chair of that committee along with Councilmembers Griffiths and Councilmember Kaji as members, and the alternate will be Councilmember Shake. The Sister City Association, the liaison is Councilmember Griffiths with Councilmember Kaji as the alternate. Ad hoc committees are formed on an as-needed basis and is brought before council, and it's formed for a specific task or objective, and after that task or objective is completed, the ad hoc committee is dissolved until there's a next opportunity to create an ad hoc committee. The mayor designates the members and chairs of the ad hoc committee. Thank you, and this concludes item 9E, and it'll be followed by item 9F, in which the mayor will acknowledge the appointments he made to the various outside regional boards and agencies. So with that, you have a good evening. And Mayor, I turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. So do we have all the members? I'm looking at my script here. The following appointments were made to the standing committee. So we have Councilman Shake as chair of the Citizens Development Enrichment, with Councilwoman Kalani and Matucci as the members. We've got the chair for Community Planning and Design, Councilman Griffith, with Councilman Matucci and Councilman Kalani as members. Hopefully what I'm saying matches what you got. For Employee Relations and Public Safety, we've got Councilman Kalani and Councilman Kaji and Shake as members. Finance and Government Operations, chair is vacant, but the members are Councilman Griffith and Councilman Shake. Strategic Plan, chair is Councilman Kaji, with Councilwoman Kalani and Councilman Griffith as members. And Transportation Committee, Councilman Matucci as chair and Councilman Kaji and Shake as members. All in agreement? All right. I'll take a motion to appoint chairs and members of the committee that I just announced.
So moved.
Thanks.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Item 9F, as in Foxtrot. This is me. I'm appointing members to the outside regional boards and the agencies. Guess there's no Ellie, so I will just read the appointments. Independent Cities Association is on Councilman Mike Griffiths. League of California Cities, I am the member, and Councilman Matucci is the alternate. National League of Cities, I am the member, and alternate is whoever is Mayor Pro Tem at the moment in time. Sanitation District of LA County, I am the member, and Councilman Kaji is the alternate. Southern California Association of Governments, I am the member, and Councilman Griffith is the alternate. South Bay City Council of Government, Councilman Matucci is the member, and Councilman Kaji and myself are alternates. Note that we got 2 alternates this time, just in case we need coverage. U.S. Conference of Mayor, I'm the member, no alternates. West Vector Control District, LA County, Councilman Griffiths. And that is a 2-year appointment. Councilman Griffith is the expert on mosquitoes. And the president, so it's better if we keep him on that board, right? Okay. So, and then I think Sister City. Sister City is Councilman Griffith is the liaison. Boy, my bad. Scratch. Forget what I just said. I'll take a motion to. I'll take a motion to appoint outside members of the Board of Agencies and direct the city clerk to update and post Form 806 on the city website.
So moved.
Second.
Sorry. Was there public comment on that one? My bad. Thank you. This is an appointment, so I don't know. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Porkchop.
All right, thank you. Okay, I would like to say that I don't like these things because all this, what is it? $168,000 or something is a total waste. I would give it to Mr. Matucci, buy some real estate, and double it in 10 years. It's not hard to do. Even I could do it. Even I could do it. You know, give me $1 million, 10 years later I bring you back $2 million. I guarantee you that. Even an uneducated, stupid guy like me. But these things, you attending years after years, and the taxpayers pay for it, for you to attend, brought down the city to number 4 position. Number 4, from the bottom. You know, like a frog box, you know, close to the ground. What is it for? What good for is it? Investing in real estate. Double the money.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Well, I'll take a motion to appoint members. Now we could do the motion.
I'll re-motion. I haven't changed my mind.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right. I want to do a quick check. We're gonna press through instead of a break. Does that sound good? Anyone need a break?
Depends how long it takes.
Okay, we're gonna press. Depends how many questions you ask. Mr. Porkchop, please be nice to us. Okay. Item 9G as in golf, from the police.
All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Jane Chung with the Torrance Police Department. Item 9G is the recommendation of the Chief of Police that City Council adopt a resolution authorizing the donation of 142 retired ballistic helmets to the California Department of State Hospitals Office of Protective Services and approve a donation and release of liability agreement with the California Department of State Hospitals Office of Protective Services, which I will now refer to as DSHOPS for the rest of my presentation. Last year, the Torrance Police Department acquired a new inventory of standard issue ballistic helmets to replace equipment that reached their end of service life. Staff researched and identified the California DSHOPS, who expressed interest in receiving the retired helmets for their officer deployment. DSHOPS manages the nation's largest forensic mental health hospital system and employs its own peace officer force to police its Sacramento headquarters and 5 hospital facilities across the state, which includes a local campus here in Norwalk, California. Should your honorable body approve the attached agreement and resolution authorizing this donation, DSHOPS would release the city the liability and agree to identify and hold harmless the city from any and all claims, liability, and damages arising from the use of the donated equipment. That concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Have any questions from the council? I don't see any. I almost hate to say it, but I think I see one public comment coming, and he's got props. You're up, sir.
Hello, everyone. It would be not a comment, but it would be a request. I would like to request a helmet or 3 for my family because we are under siege. You know, I don't know what's the situation on this hospital thing. You know how many patients attacking the hospital workers, but my house is under attack. So flying eggs and people banging on my doors in the middle of the night, and we need protection because the police doesn't show up. I attended the meeting last Tuesday. They told us how freaking safe are we, and I go home And 10 o'clock, boom, 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 came the eggs. Payback. And it wasn't the homeless. Wasn't the homeless. Anyway, I'm requesting some of these helmets for me, my wife, and my kid, because we are in danger. And the police came after 2 hours. This time, before 3 hours. No protection.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up, and looks like you're well equipped. Any other comments? All right, we'll take it back up. Staff want to take council want to take action? I'll take a motion. Where am I? Number and title, please, from the city clerk.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-84, resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing the donation of ballistic helmets to the California Department of State Hospitals, Office of Protective Services, Sacramento, California.
I will make a motion to approve, please.
Councilmember Shake seconded that.
Oh, yeah, I second that, yeah.
Thank you. Start voting. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9H from Public Works.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. John Dettle, Public Works Department. This item is a recommendation of the Public Works Director that the City Council determine that the Stormwater Basin Expansion Project, I-179, is categorically exempt from environmental review pursuant to Section 15301C of CEQA. 2, approve the plans and specifications for construction of the Stormwater Basin Expansion Project, bid number B 2022-24, and award a public works agreement to GMZ Engineering, Inc. of Westlake Village, California, in the amount of $3,495,405, and authorize a 10% contingency in the amount of $349,540 for a total not to exceed amount of $3,844,945 for the construction of the Stormwater Basin Expansion for a 2-year period beginning August 9th, 2022 and ending August 8th, 2024. Funding is available in the Stormwater Basin Expansion Project through Measure W grant funds, its Clean Safe Water Program. This project will modify the Amy, Henrietta, and Intradero basins to hold up to an 85% storm event, and will add trails at Henrietta and Intradero basins, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Does the council have any questions for staff? Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to disclose, I just want to let the people know, public know that I have a good conversation with Mr. Balizarian about this. I want to thank you for securing funds, and also since the board supervisor approved funding for $4.5 million and will be using 3.8, and he explained it to me, the $700,000 will be used for other areas. Can you elaborate a little bit, please? Thanks.
Yes, Councilman, thank you. Craig Bilazarian from Public Works. Essentially, the remaining funds in the grant will be used to spend money for construction management of our staff time, inspection, and also materials testing, which will be coming forward in another item. So we do intend to use all the grant funds. Anything that's not used would be returned back to the competitive pot for future applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions from the council? All right, let's go to the public.
Okay, I'm gonna try to make this serious so the mayor doesn't have to laugh on me. I read all those papers, and we are not the first time we're talking about this water, whatever. So what are we building here and where? What are we building here and where? There is not one words on it, what are we building? So we have the water, I understand, So where do we channeling it, and what are we building? Where do we building it? Because my storm drain water goes at Hawthorne Boulevard. And I was going to film this, and they told me that's LA County or California property. So that's not even Torrance property, you know, behind the Chevy dealership. So what are we building for all these millions of dollars? Where the water going? Where is the plan? Where is the address? Where is the money go? Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like, oh, okay.
That for stormwater that goes in those basins to capture them in the basins so they'll infiltrate into the ground. And so we're digging deeper, and we're going to be using those soils at Enchidero Basin to repair a slope and construct a trail so we don't have to haul off dirt. And so that is what the project is.
Thank you, Mr. Detto. I think we have one more question from the public.
Hi, James Hill. I have two questions. One is, why is it considered exempt from an environmental review? And the second question is, what was in the decision process for why that specific company was selected for the operation? Thank you.
Mr. Detto?
Yes, GMZ Engineering was the low bid contractor, and the references were checked. And then, I'm sorry, but I forgot what the first question was. CEQA, thank you. This project is environmentally friendly. It is something that's going to reduce pollution to the Santa Monica Bay, and therefore was determined to be exempt.
Thank you. Any more questions, comments from the public? If not, let's bring this back to the council. City Clerk. Make sure I got the right number here. I'll take a motion to concur with recommendation to Public Works Director.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, we're on item 9I, City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office. Item 9I is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council, 1, adopt a resolution modifying the wages, hours, and working conditions for the City Attorney, which adds language regarding annual evaluations and pay point adjustments, and 2, adopt a resolution modifying the wages, hours, and working conditions for the City Manager, which adds language regarding annual evaluations and pay point adjustments. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the council? I don't see any. Do we have any comments from the public? Do you have to?
I'm sorry, I did not have time to study this page because you're going too fast.
Oh, we didn't have time. We
But,
could pass on this one.
But this is a raise for the city manager, $23,000. Am I understand correctly? So.
This is a resolution to change the pay points.
Oh, pay points, okay. But this is higher, no? It's going higher. It's not lower. Going higher or lower?
Your Honor, Ms. Lay can comment on that if you feel it's appropriate.
Sure.
This item is just to add language to the resolution, to add evaluations.
Okay, is it a raise?
It's not a raise. Their pay point
It's
doesn't.
going back, going lower?
Okay, I got it. I'll take it up here. This is to add in the resolution that when we consider pay point or raises, that there needs to be an evaluation.
Okay.
Which makes sense if you think about
So
it.
his paycheck remains the same?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you for your approval. Any more comments? Okay, let's bring this back up. City Clerk, can we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, there'll be two numbers and titles for this item. The first is Resolution Number 2022-85, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Resolution Number 2020-97, setting forth changes regarding the hours, wages, and working conditions for City Manager effective August 9th, 2022, and Resolution Number 2022-86, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Resolution Number 2018-109, setting forth changes regarding the hours, wages, and working conditions for City Attorney effective August 9th, 2022.
Motion to adopt resolution numbers 2022-85 and 2022-86.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're going to item 9J, City Manager's Office.
And members of the City Council, Lindsay Kane, City Manager's Office. Item 9J is in response to an oral request by Councilmember Matucci with concurrence of the City Council to consider adopting a resolution expressing a vote of no confidence in Los Angeles County Department of Public Health Director Barbara Ferrer, and a resolution opposing potential Los Angeles County health orders requiring indoor masking or business closures. Many cities in the South Bay, including Torrance, have experienced less impacts from COVID-19 than others. This item addresses your honorable body's concerns over mandates set by Barbara Ferrer that do not incorporate the specific needs of each individual city in Los Angeles County. And staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the City Council? None here. I see there are two speakers in the queue for the public. City Clerk, go ahead.
Raphael?
I already made a speech earlier, and I want the City Council to pass the resolution to go against Dr. Barbara Ferrer. She is being caught up making up the studies with her daughter. We cannot trust her, and the mask mandate still violates everyone's constitutional right. So we cannot do this all over again. Not only that, we cannot deny the people services because they choose what's best for them. So this mandate should stop right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Arthur Shopper?
All right, good evening, City Council. It's about time that this was done. 2 years ago, the City Council should have gone on record and not complied with the lockdown, shutdown, mandate orders. This is a chance to rectify that mistake. The City Council needs to do this now, even though Ferrer has backed off from her previous threat last week. This needs to be taken care of. The city needs to restore and retain its local authority. There is no reason why the city should be bullied by the dysfunction out of downtown Los Angeles. You've had numerous metrics indicate that the city was able to weather the COVID-19 issues and did much better. There were fewer deaths, fewer illnesses. It's time for the city of Torrance to join with other cities, retain its local control, not comply. Yes, pass this resolution of no confidence in Barbara Ferrer. Yes, indeed, issue a proclamation not to comply further with lockdown orders or these other mandates. And if it doesn't pass this time, then you should introduce it when you have a full council and to try again.
Go ahead, sir.
All right, I try to stay calm and get together my thoughts. My opinion on these things, see, I'm wearing a mask because I care about my health, and you don't wear a mask, just don't get close to me. End of story. You know what I mean? So, but I want to talk about another thing. You guys, right now, want to declare no confidence or whatever in this lady. But that's okay. But 2 weeks ago, we couldn't enter the city council meeting without a mask. We couldn't come here. It was everything over the phone, and to make up the story, hybrid meeting. No such a thing as hybrid meeting. But with the mask and the COVID bullshit, you locked out the public. And now, 2 weeks later, you want to set up a no confidence in this lady. Make up your mind. Make up your mind. Make a decision.
Thank you, sir. We will make up our mind tonight, maybe. Any more comments from the public? Okay, we'll take this back to the council. Does council want to take action? I did it again. I think Mr. Porkchop is distracting me. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, the reason I brought this to council is because of the last 2 years, what we had to endure with not just Barbara Ferrera's actions, but what I consider overreach in government. There was really, I don't think there's any scientific proof that locking everybody down and putting masks on or mandating masks helped anything. I think pretty much everybody I know had COVID. And it's a serious thing. Viruses are serious. People died. I lost a friend to the virus. But I don't think at any time did I ever think that one appointed individual should have so much power over people's livelihood. And one could say, well, the state did it. But when the state lifted their mandates and opened up, Barbara Ferrer failed to do so, stating that out of 100,000 people, which is the size, I believe the size of the Rose Bowl, 10 of those individuals were in the hospital. And I get it. It's horrible. Even if it's just 1 out of 1 million, it's horrible. But the financial issues that we face as a city were all mainly due to the fact that government shut down our ability to go to work. Everybody stay home, save lives, those ads. And I get it. We didn't know at the beginning. We didn't know where it was going, the direction. But the bottom line is that this individual, Barbara Ferrer, kept on overstepping our freedoms to be able to just get up and go to work and earn a living so that we can pay our bills. Now, I personally know individuals that lost their homes because of the shutdowns. I know plenty of people that lost their businesses that have been in business for decades, shut down. Why? In the end, why? What did we save? We didn't save hardly anything. People still died. People still got sick. People still went to the hospitals. And quite honestly, I don't see this ending anytime soon. And if it's not COVID, it might be monkeypox or something else. This individual, we need to send a message to this individual that we don't like what she's doing. We need to send a message to the county that Torrance should not be treated like the rest of the county. We are our own city, we have our own issues, but our own levels. Torrance is not Koreatown, it's not downtown LA, it's not Lancaster, it's Torrance. We should treat it as our own. And really just making one decision for the whole county, you're affecting millions of people. In my opinion, that one person should not have so much power over our lives. That's government overreach. To top it all off, she's an appointed employee. We never voted for this individual. So I stand firm on a vote of no confidence, and we wouldn't be the first city, by the way, to do this. But I think the message needs to be strong that we don't like what she's doing. And in the near future, count my words on this, that she's not going to stop until enough cities and enough people push back and say that it's our body, our choice, our businesses, our livelihoods that we need to protect. And I'm not going to have one individual keep me at home or tell me that I need to wear a mask because she says so. So, yeah, I really urge you guys, this is not a vote of no confidence, this is a vote of courage, of standing up to LA County and standing up to Barbara Ferrer. So I urge you to vote yes on both 1 and 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Matucci. Councilman Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate a lot of the sentiments that were shared just now. I don't like the policies and procedures that have happened by Dr. Farrar or Barbara Farrar, whatever you want to call her. But I think that it's a little bit of an overreach for our city to be talking about other employees at other organizations. We don't, other groups don't give vote of no confidence on Councilmember Griffiths from other cities or counties or other entities. And where do we stop? Do we say we have a vote of no confidence on the mayor, the sheriff, the governor? I mean, just because we disagree with their policies doesn't mean we have to do votes of no confidence. And I would personally rather just see a letter sent to the board who employs this person, the Board of Supervisors, who employs this person, say, hey, we don't like the policies that your person is doing, and leave it at that. And so I would request that we split this item into 2. I do fully support something that we can do as a city, and that is to not enforce the mask mandate using our resources. And I do support that. And so I would request, if possible, that we split this item into 2 and have 2 separate votes.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to understand, right now there's no mandate for this, right? There's no mandate for any of this.
That's correct, Councilman Sheikh.
So what are we doing then, just from my understanding? If there's no mandate, why are we saying that we're opposing the mandate? Just my understanding.
May I interject? I'm sorry, Mayor. May I interject because since I'm the one that brought it to,
thank you,
brought it to council. Yeah, Councilman Sheikh, my idea behind this is to stop LA County from future mandate, because remember, it was postponed. It's not gone. She never said, I'm going to stop doing mandates. I'm not going to do any more mandates. That was never said. It was just postponed. And then why was it postponed? Because it was public outcry. Because a few supervisors had the courage to push back as well, including our very own Janice Hahn. She was against it. So, I know it's intimidating. This is a very powerful department, LA County Health, of course. And she's a very powerful person backed by very powerful supervisors. But at a certain point, we need to send a message both to the county and also to our businesses that we stand by our businesses. We do not want to we want to ensure, and I understand, I think Councilman Griffith said to split it up. I think it's a fair way to do this, is to split it up. But to answer your question, we're doing this for any future actions, which we all know that they might be coming very soon. So that's why we brought this to the table.
Thank you, Councilman Matucci. I think, so then the language should be the future mandate. Is that?
It does. It says potential mandate.
Oh, okay. Okay, got it. Okay, and can we leave it up to the individual if they want to use the mask? We can leave it up to them. Is that okay with this language? I mean, I want to give an option to everybody. With this, are we telling that you don't have to do that, or?
That's the second resolution. Look at the second one that pretty much says that.
Yes, Your Honor. If I may, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Included in the whereas is a statement that the city supports the voluntary use of face masks, COVID-19 vaccines, and testing to slow the transmission of the virus and protect vulnerable populations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Councilman Matucci. Thank you for clarification. Appreciate it.
Councilwoman Kalani, you got a comment or question?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. So I also at our last meeting suggested that these be two, and I thought they were going to be two separate items. 100% in concurrence with masks being a choice. I'm wearing one by choice tonight. But the other resolution focused on an individual, I'm not so sure about. I understand what we're trying to do, and I am against Torrance cities being lumped together as one with one type of process. I think we're different. We handled it different. We didn't have the same results as other cities did during the process. So I don't know if it's a vote of no confidence against her or a vote of no confidence against all cities and all areas being looked at the same. Just my thoughts.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments from the council? Yeah, you gotta remind me, City Clerk, that we already asked we already asked public for the comments on this one, right? This is up to us now.
Yep.
Okay, I'm looking for suggestions or a motion before. Oh, there you go.
Is
Councilwoman
it
Kalani.
possible to look at the rewording of the no confidence against the health director herself?
Let me make sure what your question is.
So I think that we should be able to be looked at differently. Different areas should be able to be looked at differently. I don't know if that's an individual's ability. I don't know if it's an individual's choice. I don't know how that works there.
Let me make sure I understand, because otherwise, so the staff actually provided 2 resolutions for us to consider.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like to me, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, please.
The second resolution is pretty much what you're saying, that the city of Torrance will not be expending city resources for enforcing wearing masks. We're going to leave it up to each individual and the businesses.
That's correct.
That's the second resolution.
Right, I agree. 100%.
We have 2 resolutions we could choose to pass or not. The first one is the no confidence resolution of Dr. Ferrer for any potential, health orders that she will be giving with respect to mask mandates. The second one is the city of Torrance has no intention of expending any city resources to enforce, and we're going to allow each business and individual to make their own choice. So we have an option to motion for both resolutions, or we could pick one. I don't think it's all or nothing. Am I correct?
That is correct, Council Mayor.
Right. So someone can make a motion to say, we're going to concur for both, or we're going to make a motion for one. That's how I see it. So, or we want to discuss some more. Okay, we could split this up. Would that work?
If I may, Your Honor, there's also the option of amending it, which I think that may have been the direction that Councilwoman Kalani was going in.
Thank you.
So I'm not
Amend-
suggesting
Sure.
it, but just for an example, if someone wanted to say, well, I don't feel comfortable having a note of confidence in the individual, they could make it towards just the department. Not saying that's what you want to do, but by way of example, it could be amended accordingly.
Or vice versa, the other way. You don't have confidence in Ferrer, but you have confidence in.
Yeah, I'm just saying it for pure purposes of illustration.
Understand.
Thank you.
I think we have a motion, so let's let the process go through first, since Councilman Tucci, I think you clicked in for a motion, so I'm gonna.
I did, and I stick by my guns that she's the director, she's the one that could say yes or no, and I would like to hold her accountable for her actions towards our businesses and employees that had to sit at home because of her actions. So I'd like to make a motion. I'm okay with separating it. I think we need a number and title on the first one.
The first resolution is resolution number 2022-87, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, expressing a vote of no confidence in Los Angeles County Department of Public Health Director Barbara Ferrer.
I'm sorry, what was that number again? 2022-87.
87.
I move to adopt resolution 2022-87.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffith voting no and Councilmember Shake voting abstaining.
Can you have number and title for
Yeah.
number 2? You got it? Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, no, I think she needs to read it. Did you
Yeah.
read that in a second? Yeah.
Yes, hold on 1 second. The second is resolution number 2022-88, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, opposing potential Los Angeles County health order requiring indoor masking or business closures.
Move to adopt resolution number 2022-88.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Actually, can I make a comment? Now that both resolutions are passed, may I ask the staff that before we send out these resolutions, if it's with the concurrence of the council, that we supply a cover letter very similar to what I believe the city of El Segundo did, so that it kind of explains it rather than just send them these resolutions.
We can do that, Mayor.
I think I got you have concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you for your courage.
We're on item 9K. Are we still pressing forward? Everybody's bladder is still doing okay? I just want to make sure because, you know, if you guys are moving a lot, then let me know. 9K from the city manager's office.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office. Item 9K is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council adopt a resolution governing employees represented by Torrance Municipal Employees, AFSCME Local 1117, to implement the last best and final offer for bus operator, release bus operator, and apprentice relief bus operator in the amount of approximately $682,391. I'd like to acknowledge that a supplemental was provided for this item, including a revised resolution to implement the last best and final offer for bus operators, release bus operators, and apprentice release bus operators, which was approved at the July 26, 2022 City Council meeting under item 10B, conduct a public hearing on resolution of impasse with Torrance Municipal Employees, AFSCME Local 1117. After submitting the original item that amended Resolution 2019-38, staff realized Resolution 2019-38 was expired. Therefore, a new standalone resolution has to be adopted to implement the last best and final offer. The expenditure and action of this item remains unchanged. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Do you have any questions from the council? I don't see any. I almost hate to say it. We'll go to the public.
Hi, I've been talking to these bus drivers, once or twice, and then they told me, they're basically driving the bus almost for minimum wages. And I looked up the transit director you know how much she makes, like $300,000. So that's a big difference. If somebody who doesn't drive the bus, somebody who doesn't fix the bus, somebody who doesn't change the tire on the bus, somebody who doesn't do this, just, you know, she's the director, she makes $300,000, and these workers had to go through all this to get some money over minimum wages. So I urge you to say yes on this one, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Do we have any other public comments? Okay, we'll bring back to the council. Can I get a number and title, please, from the city clerk?
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-89, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, implementing the last, best, and final offer to employees represented by Torrance Municipal Employees, AFSCME Local 1117, effective July 31st, 2022.
Motion to adopt resolution number 2022-89.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
We're on to item 9L as in Lima from the city manager's office.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jamie Lay again with the City Manager's Office. Item 9L is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council adopt a resolution amending resolution number 2022-26, implementing Government Code Section 20636, Item C, Section 4, pursuant to Section 20691, relating to employer-paid member contributions to Public Employees Retirement System for Torrance Police Commanders Association. This item is just to update the language to meet CalPERS requirements. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Do you have any comments or questions from the council? I don't see any. Do we have any comments from the public?
Okay, this is not a comment, just a reminder for you. The city is in trouble because this CalPERS and pension plans and all this thing. So other companies, they all had pension plans before, you know, not just the police department and the cities and the government, but they got all rid of it because they couldn't be competitive, you know. So the city of Torrance paying got millions and millions of dollars for this, and other companies, like private companies, they have 401k plans, you know. I don't know if you heard about it, but also, the city had to refinance the $350 million last year, what you did very quietly up under the cover, you know, and then that's going to be a $150 million expense, just repaying the, what you call it, interest. Anyhow, so maybe you should think about it, you know, solve the problem, not continue go down deeper and deeper in the hole. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comments? We'll take it back to the council. I ask the city clerk for a number and title, please.
This is resolution number 2022-90, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2022-26, implementing Government Code Section 20636, C4, pursuant to Section 20691, relating to employer-paid contributions to Public Retirement System CalPERS for Torrance Police Commanders Association, TPCA, effective January 1, 2012.
Move to adopt resolution number 2022-90.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
We're going to item 9M from the city attorney and city manager's office.
Good evening, Tasha Strader, City Attorney's Office. This is a recommendation of the City Attorney and the City Manager that City Council review the need for extending the local emergency related to COVID-19 that was proclaimed on March 12, 2020, and adopt a resolution extending the local emergency, or alternatively, adopt a resolution terminating the local emergency. As I indicated, there was a local emergency originally declared by the city back in March of 2020. That's been extended several times as the government requires the City Council to review the need for the continuing emergency at least once every 60 days. As part of this declaring the local emergency, there are certain benefits to the city, and I know that the Assistant Finance Director and both City Manager's Office are available to discuss certain of those benefits. My understanding is that one of the key things that it allows the city to do is seek reimbursement from the state and federal governments for expenditures related to COVID-19, and that we have been able to recover money in that process. So the only thing that I would caution the council about and encourage you to ask any questions that you might have is we want to make sure that you don't miss out on any expenditures. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have comments or questions from City Council? I see Mr. Councilman Matucci.
Just a quick, just to, I guess, to piggyback on that, is there anything that's in the works that are being, I guess, any requests for reimbursements that this would jeopardize if it doesn't pass?
Ian Daly with the Finance Department. There's none that are open at the current moment that would jeopardize, but not to say that something couldn't come out in the future potentially.
Okay, and does it change, either way, let's say hypothetically it doesn't pass, does it change anything structurally within the city that we can or cannot do certain things, or such as whatever? I'll give you an example, go back to virtual. Does it change that ability to go back to virtual if we have to?
We'll have to adopt another, Autumn Springs City Manager Council, we'll have to adopt another emergency declaration because that's what the state law calls for. There are some instances, should there be a need, not that we're in heightened alert, for mutual aid or to suspend any of the MOU provisions under the local emergency. I have, as a city manager, authority to implement those changes at a much more rapid pace.
Okay, so there's really nothing other than really keeping the door open in case we need to
Correct.
get reimbursed.
It just gives us a latitude to have the ability to make decisions on a much more rapid pace.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just curious, is there any harm in extending it? I'm not aware of any harm to us by extending it. It doesn't cost us any money. It doesn't impose anything on anybody, but it keeps our options available.
That's absolutely correct.
Then I would support extending it. Thank you.
Since I don't see any more comments from the council, I will go to the public.
I would like to just say that a few minutes ago you voted no confidence, and you don't want to go along with the government above you, orders and regulations. And here is what the lady just said was very right. Torrance received millions and millions and millions of dollars from government aid. So you guys always want to get out of LA County, you want to get out of this, you want to get out of this, but surviving the pandemic and this, the government helped us. All those regulations that were implemented, it was for you, and for me. And I'm very happy I got free immunization, and I got, education, how to keep myself away from the people who think that COVID is BS. And stay with the program because the government helped us with millions.
Thank you. Any more comments from the public? If not, I'll ask the clerk to have a number and title, please. Oh, I did it again.
Sorry, man. I just,
Councilman Matucci.
Yeah, No, I just wanted to say that I think the gentleman brought up a point that I think needs to be addressed, at least so that the rest of the public can understand that any money that we get back, any funds that come back to us are funds that were technically spent to deal with COVID or COVID restrictions or COVID shutdown. So we're not asking for a penny more than what we've spent as a city because of those mandates and closures. Would that be a fair statement? That we're not actually making money on getting money back. We're just getting reimbursed.
Covers the losses that we've experienced.
Yeah, it covers losses that were really caused by
Correct.
shutdowns and mandates and whatever else we might say. So it's not a money-making thing. And this is just to really just to keep the door open so that we can get reimbursed for any future expenses that we might encounter because of that. Okay,
That's
thank you.
correct.
City Clerk, can I get a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-91, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying and extending the existence of a local emergency regarding COVID-19 in the City of Torrance.
Somebody want to make a motion?
Motion to adopt resolution number 2022-91.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, home stretch. It's 11:44. We're now into the oral communication number 2. Do we have anyone in the public?
James Henry. I'd like the City Council and the Mayor to consider extending the public hearing comments to 3 minutes. Public hearings are very important, and there's 2 minutes is not enough time to express the public's opinion on a subject matter. Second of all, during the lighting district minutes, the person on the agenda, Stephen Fenton, was not on the minutes that was spoken when the minutes were printed out. His name was not on it. It only said public records, public director. I'd like to know who that person was who spoke on the lighting district during that hearing. Is that possible?
Does the staff know which question he's referring to?
Mayor, Mr. Henry, Mayor, City
Yes.
Clerk Rebecca Poirier. Mr. Henry came into my office and pointed out there was a scrivener's error in the minutes that it didn't say that which staff member presented it. His assumption was that because Steve Fenton wrote the report, he should be the one presenting. And I explained to Mr. Henry that doesn't always happen, that other staff sometimes presents the item when a different staff member wrote the report. And I did tell him I would correct the minutes because it should have said staff member so-and-so gave a presentation.
Okay,
So we've already talked about that last Friday in my office, and I am working on that.
thank you very much. All right.
I just like to express my pleasure that we have a new city council and a new mayor, and finally Pat Furry is out of the Torrance ship, you know. I tried to talk to him, you know, because I met him at the Rock Around the Block, and he ignored me. He said he cared about the citizens and everything, and then he ignored me. I asked his address, you know, confirmed his address, and he did not say it. So I don't know if my Christmas cards gonna get there, you know, to Cranbrook Avenue. But anyhow, so I'm very happy we are back in session, and that shows what a great tyrant he was. He kept people out of this person because they were coughing. People were coughing. Anyway, so thank you, and I'm happy he is gone. And also, gee, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, the 3 minutes should be nice to bring it back, because idiots like me, it's very hard to explain myself in 1 minute. That's why I'm so excited all the time, because I have no time to speak.
Your time is up, sir. Actually, on the contrary, I believe you've spoken quite a bit. Let's take this, absolutely. Let's bring this orals back to the City Council. I don't see any public comments, so we start out with Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this being my first full meeting, I just want to thank you for your chairmanship of the council meeting. And I think that this under this new administration. I feel that we're moving in a positive direction. So, and I also want to thank the staff for their commitment to the city and for their quick responsiveness to this new guy's questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Looking forward to continue working with you, Mr. Councilman Kaji. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to point out you're doing a great job. I think you're getting the hang of it real quick, so that's good.
Other than not looking down,
You know,
wanna
it's
speak?
just, you know, they got a lot of papers on top of the screen. And also, congratulations, you guys, Councilman Kaji and Sheikh, you guys fit right in. And I know it's a little learning curve, and I guess we learn something new every day here. But, you know, I know there's, you know, people might think that there's a lot of patting on the back, but, you know, this is a difficult job for all of us. We make decisions that, you know, half the room's upset. Sorry about that. Half the room's upset, the other one is okay. Then you make another decision, the other room's mad. So at the end of the day, I think if everybody leaves somewhat disappointed, not fully angry, then maybe we've done our job, because I don't think anybody's ever going to be fully in approval of what we do and what we decide. And even up here, sometimes we might have our differences, but I think our promise to the public is that we're always going to keep that dialogue open and be respectful towards each other. Did I throw that at you? It popped away from somewhere. Oh, that's where it's from. Yeah, there it is. No, but and thank, you know, I really want to thank you know, our police department. You know, you guys really stepped it up a lot. I know sometimes we'll get critical because we feel like we want things done now, and but I know it's a process. So, you know, so just know that I think all of us here, and I believe pretty much everywhere within the city, they love you guys. They love you guys out there. I know there's a lot to do. There's a lot of crime to fight, and I know that you guys are like the superheroes that go out there going towards danger. So I really do appreciate that, and I really do feel safe in Torrance, and it's because of you guys. So, anyways, and thank you, staff, for, you know, long nights like this are not easy, especially when there's councilmen just talking and talking and talking. So good night, everyone.
Thank you, Councilman Matucci. You said that. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to thank our special thanks to Friends of the Torrance Library. They literally donated about $50,000 to 3 different programs. And I used to be part of Library Commission. I know how hard that is, and I want to thank every single person of the Friends of the Library for their efforts in donating that. I also want to thank my colleagues for their confidence in me, for welcoming me with such a good warm welcome. I appreciate that. Mayor Chen, your leadership, it's been very nice. There are a lot of things come to the emails almost every day. And one thing I want to let everyone know, that we all stand here against the homelessness issue. We get emails every time. We share our concerns. We all want this to be successful. I personally do not like the location. But right now, it's in the stage that we just cannot abandon it. We have to give it a chance and see what happens in the future. But the idea is to bring back the quality of life. And now people can walk in Columbia Park, and quality of life in that area is back. But it doesn't mean that we're stopping here. I have constant interaction with the mayor, with the staff about this issue, and their passion is really, really, I mean, it's great. I want to thank every person giving me the answer for my questions. Every email that was sent to us, I read it. I personally went to the tiny homes that expressed my concerns. And the staff's response is that, yes, we will tweak that. It's not a perfect start. We had a little bumpy rides, but it's going towards the success. And I want to thank Chief for also helping us to maintain the quality of life. It's not easy, but at this point, only 35 days, it seems like the program is working, but we have a lot of tweaks to do, and I look forward working with you and getting educated and raising the voices of our community and possibly have this program successful. But I guarantee you, if that will bring a lot of noises and nuisance to our residents, we may have to abandon that program because we want to restore the quality of life. It's very important for us. Like Councilman Matucci said earlier, the shelter doesn't have to be here, but we want to give a chance, and this is a regional issue. And I want our community to understand that we need to possibly make other city liable for this too. They have to contribute in this. We all are in this together, and we have to work together to resolve this issue. Maybe having them to take care of the people from their city, and we take care of our people in our city. But let's give a chance, and we will closely look into this program, and we hope that we do not increase those shelters. We reduce that. Rather than 40, we may end up bringing down to 20. And I just want to share that with, and again, want to thank Mayor Chin and everybody to listening to me and sharing the same concern. Again, we all agree on this major issue. And I want public to understand that we are in this together. I want to thank everyone for listening and helping us to get this result. Thank you, staff, as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Sheikh. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to piggyback a little bit on Councilmember Sheikh's comments. I didn't really get a chance to say it during the item and on the homeless issue. I, and I'm sure a lot of our public, have been horrified by some of the events that happened in our community. And I've also looked at our crime reports that we get from our police department every week, and I'm seeing year over year double and triple digit increases in our crime. And I don't blame our police department at all for that. I believe that their hands are tied and the crime element is increasing in our community. And I'm going to go so far as to say, as much as I've been in our community for almost 40 years, I've never seen our community this unsafe. And I want to remind our public that you need to be extra diligent. And when you see something that doesn't look right, please let somebody know. Let our police department know right away. If you're out and about, be extra careful. This is not the safe neighborhoods that we used to be in. And as much as I hate to say that, we used to be ranked in the top 10 safest cities, and I don't think we can hold that claim anymore. And so I want to make sure our public is aware that, yes, we and our police department are really trying hard to do this, and in many ways our hands are tied by some of the laws and other things that are going on. And trust me, we're all working hard to do this. I'm trying to be patient. I have not been a supporter of our tiny village. I continue to be a little skeptical. But I'm going to also be a little patient before I condemn it. And I do want to see progress, and that's why I asked for statistics to measure the progress. And if I don't see the progress that's done in a reasonable manner, then I will stand up and say we need to do something else. And I still believe very strongly that our county and our state need to step up at a much higher level because these are not problems that Torrance can solve without their help. And I know they have provided some assistance, but each city cannot solve this problem on their own. So that's my story about the issues that have happened the last few weeks, which I'm horrified about. I know our public is. Stay safe out there. I do want to have one more thing that's for concurrence for my colleagues. I already mentioned this to the city manager. I'm a big Dodger fan, and the Dodgers from time to time have a special day dedicated to cities. And I noticed one of our neighboring cities, Gardena, had a Gardena Day at Dodger Stadium. And I was wondering, well, why doesn't Torrance have a Torrance Day at Dodger Stadium? And so I'd ask the city manager to look into that. But just in case we need concurrence, I'd like to see if we can get concurrence from us to see if we can get a Torrance Day at Dodger Stadium. Thank you so much, and everybody have a good and safe week. Thanks, or 2 weeks.
You didn't want to look at an Angel Day as well? Might as well go for broke.
One step at a time.
Thank you, Councilman Griffith. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll do my best to speak right now. I just want to thank everybody. It was really nice to be back in session and nice to see all of you up close and personal. This is kind of new for me because I joined council and we went straight into lockdown. So this is great. I do want to do a shout out to Mimi, who lives, hi, Mr. Porkchop. I want to do a shout out, good night, sir. I want to do a shout out to Mimi, who near our house today, when a car went into a tree and over the sidewalk, and the lady refused to go with the emergency services. She took her to the local urgent care, so I thought that's something she didn't have to do. So shout out to her for her small act of kindness today. And good night. Thank you.
Thank you. As we conclude this evening's meeting, I want to thank you for your active participation, interest, and staying informed. Your involvement really helped shape Torrance. As a matter of fact, I drove by the 3290 before I came to City Hall today, and coincidentally, there was a neighbor walking his dog right on the grass right next to the courthouse. He didn't know who I was, and I introduced myself. I thought he had some concerns, and he says, I'm very happy this is here. This is, so there are some people who are very happy. So we hear both sides of the story. And once again, I want to thank everyone who has been with us for this last 35 days. It's anytime you start up, just like a new business, you start a new business, you don't expect instant success in 35 days. So let's hang in there and tweak the process. I know staff has heard a lot about concerns here and there because, when everything's going good, usually you don't hear any comments. So keep up the good work. As we inch closer to the return of the new school year, the City of Torrance Social Service Commission and the Torrance Unified School District continues its back-to-school supply drive. The drive will help homeless and foster students in need. The collection of donated items continues through August 19th. The Commission is seeking donations of new school supplies, including backpacks, refillable water bottles, calculators, pens, pencils, 3-ring binders, highlighters, and pencil sharpeners, to name a few. Other items in need that can be new or gently used include books, dictionaries, thesauruses, and test prep workbooks for grades K through 12. Collection bins are located at City Hall, the Permit Center, and Katie Geiser Civic Center Library. For more information, go to torrancecA.gov/help-others. I'd like to remind the public about an upcoming meeting hosted by the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transit Authority. LA Metro is seeking your input on C-Line Extension, a popular route that will affect Torrance commuters. There are 2 meetings taking place next week. A virtual meeting on Monday, August 15th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. And the second is an in-person meeting on August 16th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Toyota Meeting Hall at the Torrance Cultural Arts Center. The city is in support of the Metro Railway right-of-way alignment, utilizing the existing railroad right-of-way to connect with Mary Kay Giordano Regional Transit Center in Torrance. This route is fully funded and is part of the Metro's top priorities for project to be completed by 2028 Olympics. I encourage everyone to learn more about how this could affect your commute in our city. For virtual attendees, you can find the Zoom link on the Torrance events calendar. For more information, go to torrancecA.gov. Thank you again for joining us tonight. I think we covered a lot of stuff tonight. So thank you, all our colleagues and staff, and then for holding your bladder for this long after recess. We'll see you back in 2 weeks on August 23rd. Have a good night. We have a motion for adjournment.
Yes, Mayor, I move that we adjourn tonight's City Council meeting to Tuesday, August 23rd at 5 p.m. for closed session, with the regular meeting commencing at 6:30 p.m.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
What happened if I-
Good night, everyone.
I said no to that?